Good morning and welcome to ABG's Life Science Summit. My name is Jacob Lemke and I'm equity research analyst here at ABG covering the healthcare space. Over the next 2 days, we'll hear from over 50 companies ranging from smaller biotechs and medtechs to larger pharmaceutical companies. We're running dual tracks with this channel featuring primarily medtech and life science tools, and our track 1 with primarily pharma and biotech. With the exception of our fireside chats with AstraZeneca, Novo Nordisk, and Sobi, the format is primarily company presentations for 20 minutes followed by 5-minute Q&A. For our first company of the day, we're very pleased to have Arjo and its CEO Joachim Lindorff, who has headed the company through an impressive transformation over the recent years since becoming a standalone company. But without further ado, I leave over the word to you, Joachim.
Thank you very much, and a pleasure being here, and pleasure to present Arjo and a little bit around what we have achieved and what we intend to do going forward. Next slide, please. I'll take you through a short business update, go through the strategy and how we intend to implement that, and finish off with some key takeaways before we open up for questions and answers. Next slide, please. And next slide again. Thank you. If we start with the performance in Q1, I would say that we started off in a solid way with Arjo, with an organic growth of 1.4%, which is slightly lower than where we usually are trending, but this is very much due to really 3 factors, and that is the fact that we last year in Q1 had a significant amount of rental into the intensive care space, which we didn't have this year because of a significant reduced COVID implication. We had severe issues when it comes to material sourcing and logistics, with which postponed deliveries into some of our customers, and we also saw some cancellations of orders going into Russia, where we took a firm decision not to supply further orders into Russia after the invasion that took place on the 24th of February. But given all that, a 1.4% organic growth, solid start to the year. We saw a gross margin that was at 44.5%, lower than last year, but still, given the circumstances, with a slightly negative product mix and also the significantly increased cost for both material and logistics, we believe that that is a good performance under these circumstances. And if we would take away the translation effects on gross margin, we would have had a gross margin at 45.4% in comparable currencies, which is even closer to where we were last year. So despite headwinds, we have managed through good work when it comes to both mitigating the problems that we've seen within our supply chain, both when it comes to logistics and to material sourcing. We have managed to mitigate the negative product mix that we saw, and we've done so through higher efficiencies throughout the organization. Plus the fact that we're now starting to see the effects of price increases that we are implementing, and price increases that will cover up for the material cost increases that we're currently seeing by the end of Q3. And we feel comfortable that that is something that we will be able to do. As I said, we do see continued challenges in material supply and logistics, and that is something that we believe will continue at least through Q2 and Q3, but we continue to manage those things in a very good way. We have launched new generations of our therapeutic mattresses, which is the first step of many in terms of rejuvenating our entire product portfolio, something that we started off when we spun off from Getinge in 2018 and 19. And this is now the first real evidence that we're on track here with this new mattress system, and there's a lot more to come when it comes to product launches, which will help us both in front end and also in back end when it comes to our supply chain efficiencies. All in all, a solid start to 2022. Net sales there, good, supported by order intake and an order backlog that is above 30% higher than it was the year before, same period. Next slide, please. For North America, just very shortly, saw a decline of net sales in the quarter, but that is again mainly due to the significantly lower critical care rental that we saw in Q1 compared to Q1 of last year. All other product categories are trending well, both from a net sales perspective and order intake, and we feel comfortable that on comparable levels, North America will continue to be one of the growth engines going forward. Canada again poses a very solid quarter with good net sales growth and also order intake growth, and will continue to deliver well over the month and quarters to come. And as I said before, the same goes for North America in total. A very strong order book for the quarters to come, with a good view on how we intend to drive further profitable net sales growth in North America going forward. What could be said in North America, which is really good to see, is that our conversion of new accounts into what we define as core rental continues to be high. We continue to gain market shares in this area, and the pipeline for further advances in this area also looks very good. So we have high hopes and good traction when it comes to our core rental business in the US, which is really good to see. The SEM scanner, which I will touch on a little bit later, also have good traction now in the US, and I personally believe that especially the second half year will prove to be very positive when it comes to this area, especially in the US. Next slide, please. Looking at global sales, which is then sales outside of North America, also here, very good momentum, good activity when it comes to both order generation and pipeline, which again goes across the entire organization. We continue to see good order intake when it comes to our capital business. We continue to see a good drive when it comes to our service business, and also our rental business across, especially Europe, is developing well. The investments that we have made in the rest of the world markets, like for example Japan and also in the hubs where we are managing our distributors, are now seeing an uptick back on track from COVID delays. And what we are seeing right now is that we step by step gain that traction that we wanted to have before COVID, gain that traction that we have invested in. And we feel very confident that once COVID has released its full pressure on the market, that we will see our rest of the world markets again as solid growth engines into our continued growth journey. And here, global sales is then affected by the fact that we have decided to stop our activities into Russia, which will affect the first half year with around 50 million SEK. Versus the forecasted net sales that we have. But we have every intention of clawing that back on other markets. So all in all, for global sales, continued good performance, continued good pipeline, continued good order generation as for the rest of the group, and good prospects for the coming quarters. Next slide, please. If we move into a little bit around our strategy and the strategy implementation that we are currently doing around the strategy that we presented to the external market in the end of 2020, it is going as planned, and it is a strategy that is built up of really two legs. One is very much to continue to do what we have done well since we spun off from Getinge. There is a number of things left to be done. We can work on process optimization, how we can be significantly more efficient within our organization and also in our interaction with our customers, and making sure that we continue to take advantage of the things that has been positive for us so far around our operational leverage, making sure that the organic growth that we are producing with our core categories is taken well care of throughout supply chain, that we continue to work in converting new accounts into our core rental business, and at the same time working with the efficiency within core rental to continue to provide a good profitable net sales development in that area. We continue to push on consumables and service, and we really try to make sure that we work with additional supply chain efficiencies. And one very important factor here is, again, the launches of the new product families into the different categories. They will give bells and whistles to our sales reps to generate additional net sales, but they very importantly also will give a more consolidated perspective when it comes to the number of parts that we're handling within our supply chain, the possibilities to streamline our assembly sites even further and therefore improve on the operational efficiency. So there are a lot of gains to be made from the launches of the new products. That will allow us to work and continue to invest in our journey to become a mobility outcome partner, the second leg of our strategy, where we intend to develop significantly closer relationships with our customers to help them to provide healthcare in a more efficient way, to eliminate waste out of the system by providing them different outcome programs which will help them to do more for less. And this is mainly outcome programs focused on making sure that we're not only focusing on the cost for a medical equipment, but really looking into how we can help healthcare to drive down waste in areas around how we use labor, competence and capacity in that area, and also a number of other miscellaneous things, like, for example, litigations in the US healthcare system. Next slide, please. What I just talked about is an important part of the new approach and the new strategy. The first leg of the strategy speaks about really doing what we have done now, speaking about doing what we have done now in a more efficient way and continuing to grow with the help of those activities in a good way. But now on top of that, making sure that we are addressing together with our healthcare partners the waste within the system and trying to prevent things from happening within healthcare in specific areas where we can play a major role. And the areas where we will focus the most over the coming years are in the three areas that you see here. We start with caregiver injuries, where we have our product categories around patient handling and hygiene. That is supporting healthcare to make sure that we are limiting the amount of caregiver injuries. And with the right type of capital equipment, with the right type of clinical training, with the right type of continued support from our side, allowing healthcare to make sure that they're providing a safe working environment for employees, and also, very importantly, continued increased quality of care for the residents, either in acute care or in long-term care. The cost for caregiver injuries across the global healthcare system is today saving 75 billion SEK. I'm not stating that and that this full 75 billion is the addressable market. There is a significant part of those 75 million that can be avoided, that can be used for completely different things and more positive things if we look at how people are working to prevent caregiver injuries. And again, here is where we can play a very active role and something that we have already shown from history that we can do. The other area where we'll focus a lot over the coming years is around pressure injuries. Pressure injuries today comes with a total cost for healthcare of around 500 billion SEK. And we have, from the Arjo perspective, more than 40 years of experience in this area, where we are working with our categories around pressure injury prevention, which is mainly therapeutic mattresses, and very importantly, also our newly introduced SEM scanner. It's our patient handling category, and obviously also medical beds that needs to be there to transport the pressure injury mattresses or the pressure injury systems that we have. Here we are now step by step starting to take the approach, a more holistic approach, making sure that healthcare providers are given the chance to prevent a pressure injury from appearing in an active way and in a way that is easy to introduce because it's not causing significant amount of extra work for the caregivers on site. And that is something that we do believe will be of great importance going forward. With the introduction of the SEM scanner, we are allowing healthcare to make a risk assessment 5 days before the actual pressure injury appears, and thereby very proactively being able to prevent a pressure injury from appearing. So we believe that this is an area of great importance, and when we see a significant possibility when we look into the coming quarters and years. Third area, which is a new area for us, that is around venous leg ulcers, where we've introduced a new therapy called Wound Express. This is an area that is costing healthcare globally around 300 billion SEK on a yearly basis, and where we, with Wound Express, will have the opportunity of significantly reducing that cost together with our healthcare partners, but also very importantly, reduce patient suffering and social isolation across the group. Next slide, please. As I said, we are now embarking on the journey of launches within our product category, work that we started in 2018, where we saw a great need of refurbishing all our product categories. And the Atmosphere Valaris, which is a new addition to our product range around pressure injury prevention mattresses, is a very first and very important first step in that direction. And again, we will see a number of new product launches in the different product categories that we are carrying today throughout the years 2022, 2023, and 2024, and probably also into 2025, that will all in all refurbish all our product categories and obviously put a number of bells and whistles to our sales rep, but also working a lot with internal efficiencies in supply chain. Next slide, please. On the SEM scanner side, we have had a delay because of the severe Omicron wave that was hitting in Q4 and also in Q1, where we didn't get access to C-suite, we didn't get access to necessary clinical staff, and we also had a very high focus, for obvious reasons, from healthcare practitioners in total around solving COVID here and now. In the end of Q1 and going into Q2, we started to see a light in the tunnel where we got better access to C-suite and clinical staff, and we can now really start seeing that good discussions around converting very positive customer trials where they have been able to reduce pressure injury prevention or pressure injuries with more than 50% in all of the cases, and making sure that we start a discussion in converting those into actual commercial contracts and deals. And we are starting to see traction on that one. And as I said, after Q1, this is an area where we believe that we will start seeing very good traction in the second half year. And we feel comfortable that we will have a good chance of meeting the targets for this year, which is, as previously communicated, around 0.5 to 0.7% organic growth just from this product during this current year. Next slide, please. For WoundExpress, the same thing here, unfortunately delayed because of Omicron, and it is a significant delay because in the RCT, because of the recruitment of patients coming into the study. Our aim is to have the RCT ready and published during the first half year of 2023, which is around 12 months delay from what we had originally hoped. Good things for us is that there is a very high interest still on the market. This is a huge problem that has grown significantly during COVID, and the healthcare debt in this area, just in the UK, has risen with around 30% over the COVID period. So the problem is even bigger today than it was when we started to speak about this problem. And we believe with the publishing of the RCT in the first half year of 2023, we're in a very good position to change the therapy in this area, and we do look forward to that. The investments that we are doing in setting up sales and clinical staff in both North America and also in Western Europe are going according to plan. Obviously, especially in Europe, then waiting for the result of the RCT, but also in the US, where we now have FDA clearance and we also have reimbursement in place, where we'll start in 2023 to see the first steps in the right direction from a sales perspective. Next slide, please. What is important when we're introducing the new strategy, just want to mention this one, is this is obviously not about just thinking 5 years ahead or 10 years ahead. This is making sure that we continue to stay very true to our perform to be able to transform, to make sure that we meet our short-term targets, that we continue with the efficiency journey that we're on, making sure that Arjo produces a continued good improvement quarter by quarter, using that money to invest in our long-term journey. And I believe that we have a good understanding around this one in our organization, and we will continue to develop Arjo along that route. Next slide, please. The outlook for 2022 is the same as we have had after Q4 and the same as we also had after Q1. That is that we are expected to grow well within the 3 to 5% organic interval. We have an order backlog that is 30% higher for capital goods than it was the same period last year. We continue to have a very good build-up in our pipeline. Order generation continues to be good. This is very much a question of making sure that we get capital equipment out of our factories and making sure that we are, together with our partners, mitigating the headwinds that we're currently seeing in both material and on the logistics side. But I feel comfortable today, more comfortable today than I felt after Q4, that we will be well within our growth interval of 3 to 5% for the full year. Next slide, please. Just very shortly, some key takeaways, and next slide, please. We have started the year in a solid way. We are continuing to mitigate the problems that we are seeing when it comes to material sourcing and when it comes to logistics. And we're also navigating the slightly negative product mix that we are seeing through the fact that critical care rental has dropped significantly in Q1 and continues to do so. If we would have cleared up the Q1 numbers and compared without critical care rental, the underlying growth for Arjo would have been 4.4% in Q1. And if we're going to meet our outlook of the 3 to 5% interval, would indicate that Arjo's underlying business needs to grow with 6 to 7% for the full year. And as I said on the outlook slide, we feel comfortable that we're on the right track here, indicating a very good momentum in the underlying business if we would exclude the critical care rental. We continue to work in a good way to mitigate those headwinds that I spoke about. We continue to invest in the future, keeping the perform to be able to transform very clear in our head to make sure that we have a good focus on short term while investing in the long term journey. And I do believe that we are well positioned, not only from, I would say, the more financial outlook in terms of order book and pipeline conversion. I believe that we are well positioned on a market that continues to grow, and we together with our customers continue to address problems around caregiver injuries, pressure injury prevention, and also when it comes to venous leg ulcers. With that, I would like to open up for questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Joachim. I think we start with a question on the component situation, which continues to be a very relevant topic and something you've had to deal with. And I thought it would be interesting to hear your view on the current conditions, especially thinking about potential incremental pressures from China and so on, and then your view on how this could develop throughout 2022.
Yeah, as I indicated during the presentation, obviously the situation has not improved from what we spoke about after the Q4 report and has not improved from what we spoke about from the Q1 report. We continue to have to work very, very closely with our suppliers to make sure that we get our products or the inbound products in time and obviously to a cost that is acceptable to us. What we are seeing in Q1, as we spoke about after the Q1 report, is a cost increase of somewhere around 17 to 18 million for the isolated quarter. And we now expect that our cost for material will increase with around 80 to 90 million SEK over the full year of 2022 versus 2021. A cost increase that we have good plans in place to mitigate through our own price increases that we are making to our customers. And that is where what I indicated in the beginning of the presentation, the target is now to be neutral on that one going into Q4. So in Q4, the cost increases will be mitigated by the price increases that we are making to our customers. When it comes to the turbulence in China and the decision to have this zero vision, that is, I mean, we have a large supplier base in China. We have one of our 5 main production sites in China. So we obviously need to continue to navigate that situation in a good way. It is putting additional strain to both the material sourcing side and the full logistic chains, and it's something that we need to continue to follow. But as it is right now, again, I believe we need to live with the current headwinds that we have through Q2 and Q3. And especially in the logistics side, we do expect to see an improvement in the latter part of the year. For material, especially for electronics, I believe that this is a situation that we will have to live with probably throughout the full year. But again, mitigating it in a good way, both through internal efficiency gains, through internal activities, and very importantly also the price increases that we are moving forward to our customers.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question, and mean, we've been in this pandemic setting now for quite a few years, and then we got into this situation with a war in Europe, and now we also have the lockdowns in China. So from the outside, it's quite hard to get a clean look on how Arjo has changed during this period. So Joachim, it would be interesting to hear your view on what has changed since 2019 for Arjo.
Yeah, if I just pull that one back to 2018, I think that Arjo today is a significantly different company to what it was when we spun off from Getinge. We are, from an organizational perspective, significantly more stable today than where we were. We have processes in place. We have a well-working operating model with a very decentralized view on where we want to take decisions. I believe that that is continuing to create speed and good flexibility throughout the organization. We have a balance sheet that has significantly strengthened over the last couple of years, allowing us now to be even more active on the inorganic side, where I believe that we have a good potential of making sure that we're complementing the good organic growth that we foresee for the coming years with selected and strategically right inorganic moves. So for me, comparing to where we were in 2018, it is a significantly stronger company that's now, with its own rights, can continue to implement when we are now past COVID, can continue to implement the long-term journey that we set out to do, and that is to become this mobility outcome partner that I spoke about. And making sure that we're addressing not only the small part of purchasing of medical equipment within healthcare, but addressing a significantly larger cost base in healthcare and providing healthcare the possibilities to do more for less. So I would say that the future looks very bright when it comes to the demand and the order intake side and the development of net sales. For us, is now to make sure that we continue to mitigate the short-term headwinds around material and logistics. And when we have done that, I'm very, very sure that we will continue to develop Arjo both from a net sales perspective and also from a gross margin perspective.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Joachim. That was all the time we had. Now we'll take a short break before having Sedana up next.
Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back to the second presentation of today. I'm very pleased to have Sedana Medical with us today, and I think this is one of the more exciting presentations. So very pleased to have the CEO, Johannes Dahl, with us here today to present the company. And with that, I think I'll leave the floor over to you to present.
Yes, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Thanks for having us, and thanks to all of you for taking the time and your interest in Sedana Medical. If we could skip our disclaimer slide and just jump to page 3, please. If you've not come across us, Sedana Medical is a Stockholm-based medical device and now also pharmaceutical company. We are roughly 100 colleagues, and the reason for all of us to get up in the morning, our purpose, is to improve life during and beyond sedation. And in order to live up to that purpose, we are working very hard to make inhaled sedation with our Sedaconda products the global standard therapy for patients in intensive care units. And of course, I will get much more into what that means and how that works and why it's important. But in short, we are the only company that is offering an on-label solution for inhaled sedation, meaning sedating patients with a gas in the intensive care unit. If we jump to the next page, please. Who are the patients that we are talking about here? So we're talking about the intensive care unit. So by definition, very critically ill patients. 30 million patients, if you look at the world every year, need care in an ICU, intensive care unit. And a little less than half of these patients don't breathe enough themselves, and they need help breathing with a ventilator. So they need help breathing with a machine. And that can have a range of different reasons. Nowadays, of course, most people's mind jumps to COVID-19 right away, which could be one reason. But the list is very long. Could be that the patient had an accident, a surgery, cardiac arrest, multiple organ failure, pneumonia, sepsis. There's a whole list of reasons, and COVID-19 is actually the minority of patients today. Now, if you imagine you're one of these patients, it's probably easy to understand that it's a very uncomfortable situation. You're in an environment that you don't know, the ICU. You're most likely in pain, you're scared, you're anxious, you have a tube down your throat and a machine forcing oxygen into your lungs. A very uncomfortable situation, and easy to understand that a lot of these patients need sedation because it's much easier to tolerate this situation when you sleep, or at least are calmed down and relaxed a little bit. And these are these 8 million patients that are mechanically ventilated and sedated. That is our addressable market for our products. And that population is growing 5% a year just because all of us get older. So that's simply with demographics. If you go to the next page, please. The way that sedation has been done for decades is intravenous sedation. So a needle in your arm, and you usually would get propofol. And we are here to change that standard of care. Intravenous sedation with propofol works. A lot of physicians are very comfortable with it. It has been used for a long, long time, but it comes with a couple of important drawbacks. Propofol, like some of the other IV drugs, accumulate in the body, meaning that the longer you are sedated, the more you will have in the system. And what you will then see is that these patients take a long time to wake up. And when they wake up, they often have neurological problems like hallucinations or delirium. And there's also something that is called propofol infusion syndrome, which is quite rare, but it still happens in roughly 1% of all patients. And if it occurs, it can very often be deadly. And the big advantage of inhaled sedation, so sedating a patient with a gas, as you would usually do it in the operating theater, but it's not yet been done in the ICU as much, is that you breathe in the gas and you breathe it out. Only a very, very small fraction stays in the body, so you don't have the accumulation. So for our drug isoflurane, that number is 0.2% that stays in the body. Everything else gets breathed out right away. And that means that you will see these patients wake up faster, they recover faster from sedation, they need less opioids, and they will breathe more spontaneous, which is important for the time after the ventilator time. We've shown all that in a big clinical trial with 300 patients, which I will get to. If we then move on to the next page, please. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of the device. So this black thing is our Sedaconda ACD. The beauty of that is you don't, as a hospital, you don't need to invest in any new capital equipment. It's a disposable, and it works with all common ventilators. So it simply gets inserted into the existing breathing circuit of whatever ventilator the hospital has at its disposal, between what's called the endotracheal tube and the Y piece, which is on the patient patient side. And the way it works is our device turns the liquid gas into a gas. The patient breathes in the gas, starts being sedated. And then when the patient breathes out, or the machine breathes out, 90% of that gas gets captured by the device and goes back into the patient next time they breathe in. And the remaining 10% is captured by a scavenging system, just so you don't have any room exposure. And that is so much more efficient compared to what's, for example, done in the operating theater, where everything that the patient is breathing out gets usually sucked into the wall and goes into the atmosphere. So it's a very efficient system. Next slide, please. So we are in a quite unique situation because, as I said, the therapy consists of the device and the gas. And the device has actually been approved for quite a while, and we've actually been selling it in more than 40 countries. But no volatile anesthetic, so none of the gases was approved for use in the intensive care unit. So what customers had to do was to buy our devices and then basically carry over the gas from the operating theater where these gases are used, but not approved in the ICU. And now with the approval that we got and the clinical trial that we ran, we are now the first and the only company that can offer the full therapy consisting of both the device and the volatile anesthetic Sedaconda isoflurane. And then if we move to the next page, what's quite interesting for us is that despite that previous off-label status, we've actually had some pretty good traction already. So Germany is our main market. In Germany, more than half of the intensive care units are already using our device. Maybe not all of them to the scale that we would like, but it's a very good starting base for us, of course, to have half of these ICUs already as customers. And then on a global scale, as I said, more than 40 countries, not to the same level as we see it in Germany, but a very good starting base, of course, for us to have this existing use that we can start from. If we then move to the next slide. Thank you. From an operational perspective, there's two big priorities that we have in Sedana. Of course, now that we have the approval in Europe, making sure that inhaled sedation gets as widespread as possible. So we've launched the gas in the first countries earlier this year, which is a very important milestone for the company. And now we're working on making that as widespread as possible. And the other priority, also very, very important, even though it's still a few years out, it's very clear that one day the United States will be our largest potential market. And we've just started a big clinical program in the US, which is, of course, also a very important milestone for our company. If you go to the next slide, please. These are, just to give you an overview, the countries where we are already approved. So if you know a little bit about the regulatory landscape in Europe, this was a decentralized procedure, meaning we put a request for marketing authorization on a central level, and we got that approved last summer. And then the process goes on into the national authorities, and you get national approvals. 15 countries have been included in our submission. 14 have already given the okay. The one that we're still waiting for is Poland. We've not heard anything negative from Poland, but they're just taking their time. And then there's 3 more countries in Europe where we're also expecting approval this year, which is Switzerland, outside the EU, UK. Due to Brexit, both of them have their own processes, and Italy is on a slightly different track here compared to the other countries. But if all goes well, we should see approval in Poland, UK, Switzerland, and Italy also this year, which would then basically cover all the important markets in Europe. Next slide, please. We kind of divide the world, the Sedana world, in 2 parts. The countries where we go direct, meaning we have our own field force, and the rest of the world where we are working through distributors and are selling our products through distributors. These are the countries where we have our own feet on the ground: in Germany, France, Spain, the UK, Nordics, and the Benelux countries. And I really think this is one of the main strategic assets in this company, because we've made a decision to hire former ICU nurses into our field force. And now I'm hoping that most of you have not spent a lot of time in an ICU, but it's of course a very hectic, can be a high stress environment. And it's just a big advantage having somebody who has worked in that environment before and knows how things work. And it's easier to teach a nurse how to be a good salesperson as opposed to teach a salesperson to know everything about the ICU, because as you can imagine, the tolerance for salespeople in an ICU standing in the way, not really knowing their stuff, is very, very low. So I think we've taken the right decision, and we're seeing that they come with a much higher level of credibility when it comes to both physicians and also the nurses. If you move on to the next slide, please. As I said, we had a very, very important milestone earlier in the year. Our first launch market for the drug, the pharmaceutical, was in Germany in February. Now the product is also available in Sweden. It's also available in the Netherlands, and we will add more countries over time. The reason why not all countries launch at the same time, but there's a bit of a time lag in between, and we have the staggered approach, is that in many countries you have to go through a local pricing and reimbursement process to make sure your product is listed properly and you have a price. And that takes different amount of time in different countries depending on how complex that process is and how collaborative the authorities are, etc. So what we will see over this year is basically a staggered launch plan, and assuming if we get the UK approval, which of course we assume and we hope for, then we should have the drug on the market in all of the major markets in 2022. Now, the big question, of course, is what can we expect in terms of uptake? From an ambition perspective, it's very clear. We are the only therapy that is approved for this kind of use in the ICU. So the ambition, of course, has to be that we convert a lot of today's off-label usage to our on-label drug, but we've also guided towards a more gradual ramp up as opposed to a straight line. And that is because countries don't launch at the same time, as I've already said. And also within countries, you have to maneuver the purchasing processes of each hospital. So from an account to account level, there's quite some executional work to be done, working with the committees, making sure you deal with the group purchasing organizations and so forth. That doesn't get switched overnight, but the initial discussions are very, very promising, and we're seeing some very positive signs. But we still want to be prudent and not make people expect that overnight everything will be switched to our drug, but it will be a more gradual ramp up as you typically see in a launch. If you move to the next slide, please. Another very important milestone for us back in January, we got a guidance published by NICE. So that's an institution in the UK, National Institute for Care and Health Excellence. And that guidance was great for us in two ways. A, they recommended the use of Sedaconda ACD for inhaled sedation, which they don't give out recommendations very lightly. And they also confirm a very substantial health economic saving for the hospital. So they came to the conclusion that a patient on inhaled sedation saves the hospital £3,800 compared to a patient on IV sedation. So if you go to the next page, that now puts us in a very nice position where we can not only talk about the clinical benefits that we have shown in Z001, that was the name of our study in Europe. So we can talk about lower opioid use, more spontaneous breathing, shorter and more predictable wake up. We also showed a 4-day reduction in ICU stay versus IV sedation in a post-hoc analysis, which is very, very meaningful. And at the same time, being as good as propofol when it comes to the sedation efficacy as such. So nobody has to worry about the patients not being sedated properly. So we can talk about that. But at the same time, we also have health economic benefits to talk about. As I said, £3,800 per patient saving. And that's not something that we have cooked up in some Excel sheet, but that is something that NICE, which is a very reputable institution, has confirmed. And that, of course, will give us a lot of tailwind, both in the UK, where of course, people are not forced to use our products based on that guidance, but those guidances do come with an expectation of being implemented, and they usually get some recognition also outside the UK. So it's a very, very important tool for us. If you go to the next slide, please. If we switch gears and go to the US, so I already said very clear the US is the largest potential market for us. Of course, from a population perspective, there's 5 times more ICU beds than our today's largest market, Germany. That's maybe not a surprise. But what's also true is that the prices that are being paid in the US for propofol, so the reference therapy on the net level, so what hospitals are actually paying, is 3 to 4 times higher than what is in Germany. So both from a volume and a price perspective, it's a very, very good potential market. And at the same time, the target group, intensive care units, is relatively concentrated. So you have less than 5,000 hospitals in the US that do have intensive care. And they, of course, tend to be more in the metropolitan area. So even for a relatively small Swedish company like ourselves, it's a manageable investment. And that's why we've also decided last year that we would not partner out the product, but we build our own commercial organization in the United States and launch the products ourselves. And of course, we keep the option open to complement that US presence with maybe a partnership if we believe that adds value, faster ramp up or more access to hospitals, etc. But at least we've now taken our destiny in our own hands. We raised the money, so we also have the financial muscle to pull this through. If you go to the next page, speaking of important milestones, we've just had our first patient in the US. So with FDA, we've agreed on 2 clinical trials that we run, Inspire ICU 1 and 2. We got the IND approval back in December and now started up the first site just in April. We're looking at a 500 patient study roughly, and from a setup perspective, it's very similar to the study that we've already successfully run in Europe. So both the primary endpoints and the secondary endpoints are more or less the same. And of course, there's never a study with 0 risk, but of course, we're quite confident since we've shown the very good results in Europe already. And there's of course no medical reason why it wouldn't work in American patients as well. If you then go to the next page, just to have a quick look at the timeline. So we just started these clinical trials. We expect them to run into next year. And then if all goes according to plan and we recruit patients fast enough, we are hoping that we can put in the NDA submission in Q1 24. There's a 10-month review time. So we would look at an NDA approval before the year end 2024 and most likely a launch in early 2025, simply because you tend not to launch just before Christmas. Next page, please. I've talked about Europe and US being the main priorities. There's also good progress in other parts of the world. We got approval in such countries as Turkey, Argentina, Brazil. We submitted in China. We got approval in Indonesia. All of this is for the device part, not yet for the drug. And there's some very important regions in the world like South America where we're actually generating some good sales already. So just to show that there's good progress in these parts of the world as well. But then if we move on to the next slide, please. If you look at it from a business perspective, before COVID, Sedana was growing kind of steadily, slowly, and then we had in 2020 we doubled the sales and further increased them in 21, and now in 22 that has come down a bit, the number again after COVID, but we're still above the longer term trend, which is and the explanation for that is that during COVID, a lot of hospitals started using our products, got comfortable with it, and now are also using it in patients that are not COVID patients. And that's if you move to the next page, what's quite interesting right now is we are seeing a after COVID, as intensive care is kind of resetting after COVID, we are seeing a contraction, temporary contraction of our addressable market. So of course, COVID patients are getting less and less. That was very much expected. But what happened at the same time, especially with Omicron, which was much milder, so we didn't have the patients in the ICU anymore, but it was very infectious. So a lot of hospital staff was sick, and that reduces the capacity in ICUs. There's less surgeries. Also, people are still observing more hygiene measures. They're wearing face masks, so you have less community-acquired infections. So overall, right now, we have a situation where there's much less patients in the ICUs that need to be ventilated, which of course for humanity is a very good thing. At the same time, it also reflects in our sales that our sales have also come down temporarily in the first quarter. But most of these effects, like the surgeries being postponed and the capacity in the ICU and hygiene measures and so forth, we expect them to be temporary. So we should get back to normal over the next couple of quarters as well. If we then move to the next slide, and I'll not go through all the details here. It's a lot of text. So we are thinking about our growth in several horizons. So this year we might still be facing a market just as the world is resetting after COVID. That's a bit contracted with less patients in the ICU. At the same time, operationally, it's a very exciting year for us because we will launch in all these markets, as I've talked about. As I said, the ambition is to launch in all the direct markets by end of the year, and we're of course working on increasing the inhaled sedation penetration. Then, when things get to normal, we should hopefully see that as well in our results. And of course, we will be working hard to drive towards the standard of care as much, because we do bring the better solution. So there's no reason for us to hide in a niche. We really want to replace propofol as much as possible. We've guided for 500 million SEK in Europe in 2025. And of course, there's also an ambition to convert a lot of the off-label sales of isoflurane to on-label. And then after 24 and after 25, as I said, with the addition of the US market, then of course the addressable market becomes much, much larger. If then I move to my last slide, what I would like to leave you with, and this is an analogy I use quite a lot. If you just imagine for a second that inhaled sedation was already the standard of care. So all hospitals were using this for 20 years. All physicians are completely comfortable with it. And then you have a new entrant come into the market called propofol. And all they can say is, well, it's not a better sedative. And if you use it, your patient will need more painkillers, more opioids. They will breathe less, and it will take longer for them to wake up. And by the way, they will hang out in your ICU 4 days longer. Then what do we think the standard of care should be here? And how concerned would we be about a new entrant like this? And that I think should be the mindset for us. We're really bringing the better solution for these critically ill patients. So we're helping to convert a lot of that market to the better therapy. And with that, I know I'm 1 minute over time, so I'll stop here and open it up for questions.
Thank you very much, Anders. It was a very interesting presentation. And I think we should start off with sort of the regulatory setting in the US market. I know you covered this briefly, but it's, to me, an important part of the sort of investment case for Sedana. And as for you, with most medtech companies, the US market is quite significant. And the sort of clinical endpoints that you talked about are similar to the one you've already proven. But sort of thinking about the 505(b) pathway in the US and what it sort of means to have a similar drug already approved in the US, could you talk a bit more about why you maybe see this path as sort of feasible and maybe easier than others in the US?
Yeah, so the regulatory pathway, you're exactly right, is called 505(b)(2). What that means, basically, it's not a new molecule. So isoflurane has been around for a long time. And as I said, it has been used for surgeries in the operating theater. So there is some safety data and toxicology data that is already existing. And 505(b)(2) means that you don't have to create all the data yourselves, but you can bridge, that's called bridge to existing data, and can use them in your submission. Still, what we're doing is we're bringing a drug that's only been used in the operating theater to the intensive care unit. And that's a very different use, because in the operating theater, you will have a surgery for a couple of hours, and you will be very, very deeply sedated. In the intensive care unit, it's very common that patients are sedated for several days, so much, much longer, but at a lighter level. You don't need to go into very deep sedation. You just need to sedate them lightly so they can tolerate the ventilator. And there, FDA, of course, has asked us, and that was the same for the European authorities as well, to show that it's effective and safe in that longer term use. So while we can bridge to a lot of the safety data and toxicology data and some of the other experience with isoflurane, we still have to run these 2 trials, which we were quite happy that the FDA accepted more or less the same trial setup as we had in Europe. It's a non-inferiority trial. So the primary endpoint is that we need to show that we are as good as propofol when it comes to sedation. There's a sedation scale, how that gets measured. And basically what we have to show is that we can stay within a certain range, which actually is a quite broad range, as good as propofol can do that. So it's a little bit like showing your autopilot in the car can stay between 80 and 110 or something like that. And then the really interesting endpoints are the ones where we came out better than propofol, the secondary endpoints in the European trial. So these are things like opioid use, these are things like spontaneous breathing, wake-up times. And of course, if we can show an advantage as we did in Europe, then we can also promote that and show to healthcare professionals that this is the better therapy.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that sounds super promising. Unfortunately, we're out of time for more questions, even though I had some. But I found this super interesting, and I hope everyone listening in did as well. And we'll take a short break before going with the next company, Implantica, here in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if there's more questions, you know where to find us. Have a nice day.
You too. Welcome back again. Now we have the pleasure of listening to Peter Forsell present his company Implantica, which is currently addressing a large unmet need in acid reflux, and with another bunch of other exciting products in the pipeline as well. Very happy to have you here, Peter, and I'll leave the floor over to you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Peter Forsell, and I will talk about Implantica, which is a company that is all about bringing advanced technology into the body. So if we take next. So myself, I'm a surgeon. I'm the founder and CEO of Implantica. I've also invested lots of money, more than 1 billion Swedish kronor into Implantica. And I previously ran a successful gastric banding business where we managed to take 28% of the world market outside US before we sold it to Johnson & Johnson. And that's the money that has been reinvested in this new project. Next. So Implantica is focusing on e-health, and e-health will revolutionize healthcare. And it's clear that you will be able to treat things better, more cost effective, and even treat things that previously was seen as untreatable in this way. And you will save lots of cost, and the treatment will come much closer to the patient as well. Next. So Implantica has a very shy vision. We should become the world leader in smart medical implants. And our mission is to provide medical implant solutions to millions of patients and at the same time save cost for society. Next. So why do we then have this very bold vision? And the answer to that is threefold. First of all, we have two platform technologies. So we have developed a wireless energizing platform, which means you can send energy to the implant wirelessly through intact skin. Second, we have developed an e-health platform. That means that we will be able to communicate with our caregiver and also change treatment on distance. We will be able to monitor from inside the body. There's many companies focusing on e-health, but all the focus comes from outside the body. Our focus is inside the body. Monitor, take action from inside the body. Next. The second reason why we have this very bold vision is that we have a huge patent portfolio, because we have taken our platform technologies and we have gone through the whole body to see how could we now improve healthcare with these two technologies. And this was like a blue ocean market. We have made patent for this product, this product, this product. And actually we have more than 300 individual inventions. And we have been sitting 3 years to do market analysis, product analysis, production analysis. And we have been selected. So we have more than 40 products that we believe is viable, good product pipeline candidates, so to say. Next. Yeah, this is okay. So the third, okay. So I just wanted to mention that just lately we filed 25,000 pages of patent applications, all related to our e-health platform, to really protect our platform so we can build large value long term. Next. The third reason why we have this bold statement is that we have a first product that has a very special potential, and that's called RefluxStop. It's treating acid reflux. And acid reflux, when acid from the stomach comes up in lower esophagus, create pain and so on, that's 17% of the European population have symptoms every week. And all over the world, we talk about next 1 billion people. It's 1 billion people who at least every year take one cure of so-called PPI treatment as a medical treatment to try to lower the production of acid in the stomach. And that's huge treatment field. It's probably the largest treatment field in the medical sector overall. Next. So here you see a little bit that today number of surgeries is relatively small. The small little dot there, 150,000, that's basically the number of surgeries, or even maybe 250,000 worldwide. However, if you compare that to 1 billion people, the potential here is, of course, enormous. And the question is, will surgery expand? And the answer is yes. Next slide. So existing surgery today is all focusing on compressing the food passageway. Everybody believes that to get something up from the stomach, the only way is to try to support the closing. And when you do that, people get swallowing problems, and they can't belch, they can't vomit, and gas, who you swallow all the time with your saliva and food, can't get up anymore. People get so-called gas floating, they get swollen, distended in the abdomen. And I worked 10 years with these patients at Karolinska, and they are not happy. These patients are really not so happy. And suddenly we have now a product who understood why you get acid reflux, the cause of acid reflux, and that's what we treat with this product, RefluxStop, and thereby we can treat without these negative side effects. And at the same time, we treat much better, because to find out the reason gives a much better treatment than just to try to help to support and try to close the passageway. It doesn't work so well because you can't close enough, because then people can't eat basically. So you see here, RefluxStop is placed outside the stomach on the top, so reinforce the top. And if you take next slide, here you can see 3-year results, and you can see that everybody took drugs before surgery, and at 3 years it was 47 left of the 50 in the study. No one took regular drugs. And the 3 who quit the study, no one took any drugs when they quit the study. So this is an absolutely astonishing results. Next. Here you can see a comparison between our main device competitor from Johnson & Johnson. It's a magnetic band that do exactly what I said before. It's trying to close and compress the food passageway with a magnetic band. And this is their FDA trial at 1 year compared to ours CE mark trial in a similar time period. And you can then see here, if you compare the left columns here, for example, there it says 24-hour pH. That means that you measure pH for 24 hours in lower esophagus, and that's the most objective way, or maybe only objective way to really measure if you have acid reflux. And you see that 42% of the competitor's product failed that test. It's 10 times more failures. And these results are basically like night and day. Next. So why could not people then take drugs? And we have 2 serious problems here with acid reflux and these drugs. And first of all, this disease causes cancer. So when the acid is coming up in lower esophagus and it do that over and over and over again, you create cancer. And only in Europe and United States together, 48,000 people die from esophageal adenocarcinoma, the type of cancer you get from this disease. And mainly all of them, if you look at the literature, is caused by acid reflux. And the worst now is that the drugs don't change that. There is no proof in the literature that the drugs at all change the cancer risk. And actually in men, this cancer risk has tenfold, although these PPI drugs were introduced 30 years ago, but it's still, the cancer has tenfolded. And that is another indication that these drugs doesn't help you from the cancer risk. Also, these drugs have lots of complications. So there's large studies that show that it's really serious. It's quite many people who die even from these drugs, and they have quite serious complications. They wipe out your kidney and you get cardiovascular disease and so on. So this is not a fun drug to take, and you need to take it the rest of your life. And the only reason why not surgery has expanded and instead of the drugs is because it has not been anything that has good enough results so far. Next slide. So what we can conclude here is that RefluxStop has all the attributes to become the new standard of care. We have seen enough now from these years of feedback from surgeons that it works fantastic out in the field. Although we had the pandemic, we have got going quite well with enough surgeons to really see that this works really well. Today we have even 4-year results, and even more that FDA, in United States, that approved in United States, has allowed us to take our small clinical trial in Europe of 50 patients to get approval and file for a PMA application in US. And that's totally unique. This doesn't even on the map. They want 100 patients, they want longer follow-up period, and that they should just take the European trial is a strong, strong endorsement that we have done something really unique here, and that they want the market in US to get this product out as quickly as possible. So this means that we are sitting in our hand here a product that has an addressable market of over 1 billion sufferers, and we have a multi-billion-dollar opportunity in our hands. So this is really a product with potential. Next slide. Here you can see a little bit how we have get started. We have UK, Germany, of course, Spain, Italy, Austria, Switzerland, Sweden. That's the focus markets for now. And you all know that we have had a pandemic and that had been a weak start, and we have lost a couple of years basically on this commercialization, but that has not stopped us. We have tried to find the KOLs, and we are in a really good situation now to really get going. Next. I already told you about FDA's fantastic decision here, and we are currently preparing this PMA application. And during this year, we hope we should be able to file that for a final approval in US. Next. We, of course, have many centers now who are starting to do this procedure and also teach other surgeons. And this is a little bit like a catch-up effect. You need to collect the really good surgeons, and then they will expand the business for you by talking surgeon to surgeon. Next. Here you see a little bit of some of our key centers. We have Inspelningstillfället in Switzerland. That's the largest university hospital in Switzerland. They regularly do this procedure. We also have Hirslanden. It's a private group of 10 hospitals. Here we have Professor Setner who do this regularly. We have Friedrichshafen in Germany, for example. We have Professor Schoppmann in Austria, just as examples of centers who are starting to do this. Next. We have also been talking to the patients, so you will see later on here some nice interviews with different patients on our internet page. And it's clear that this is so much better than we even could foresee. People are really fantastic happy, and they often could have these symptoms for 10, 15 years, and suddenly they are just gone. Next slide. Now, you then need to understand that you now sit on this multi-billion-dollar opportunity doesn't mean it happens tomorrow. This is a process, and the society today, they have created lots of bureaucratic administrative processes. They keep on to their money to get reimbursement. They have lots of approval process in different countries and so on. So this is a step-by-step approach that we start with finding the KOLs. We need to get robust clinical data, increase the awareness, social media campaigns and so on among the patients and also, the payers. And finally, you get reimbursed, that to say society will finally pay for our device. And that's when the business really could take off. And this means, although we have a product with all the attributes to become really, really large product, this doesn't help you short term. It is a process we need to follow, and that takes several years, and that's just to accept step-by-step approach. Next slide. So we also have our e-health pipeline, and I will try to guide you through some of really special products we have. So let's say you have a car accident, you get a spinal cord injury and you can't move your legs anymore, and suddenly you can't urinate either because your bladder doesn't work anymore as it should. You need to put in a catheter yourself 5 times per day to empty your bladder. Every time you should urinate, you need to put in a catheter in your own bladder. This is 100 million people we talk about here. They don't need this anymore. Now they need a remote control. We have a device that could empty the bladder from inside. And I can tell you, every single one of these 100 million people, they would do anything on earth to get a device like this. So burdensome is it to put in a catheter every time you should urinate. Next. We are, as you understand, focusing on 2 treatment areas. So one is now the urological area, and one is the digestive, where RefluxStop includes. And we also have a device for people who leak urine. And 10% of all grown-up women are leaking urine. And now we can have a remote control, so you conveniently can open and close if you have this problem with leaking urine. And this is around 500,000 procedures or so done worldwide currently. Next slide. The third product I wanted to show is a good example how you really can improve treatment with e-health, because here we have a perfect product for our e-health platform. So in this case, we actually treat obesity by controlling people's appetite. And we are controlling appetite exactly the same way as the body control appetite. So when people are eating, they fill the stomach expands, and when it starts to stretch the stomach wall, there is stretch receptors in the top part of the stomach. They send a signal to the brain, and the brain says, finito, now you don't eat anymore. And what we are doing is a little device that simply can stretch the stomach wall on command. And then we have developed a food sensor, so we can control what people are eating, how they are eating. And after a certain pre-programmed amount of food, we can just start to stretch the stomach wall, and people will feel full. It's not that they are forced to stop to eat like other surgeries, when you are damaged for good, you take a big portion of your stomach, you put it in the trash. That's normal obesity surgery. No. This is so much more sophisticated, so much lighter. It's just placed on the outside of the stomach wall. You don't even open your food passageway, but you can control appetite and thereby control the weight. And this is then controlled by the doctor on distance. So the doctor goes in, maybe every second month. He looks at his patients, he see the weight loss and so on, and he can then adjust. How much should I allow this patient to eat? I think I reduced a bit how much patient could eat here. And this is then working perfectly automatically, integrated with control on distance. No running to hospitals all the time. This product, of course, has a really fantastic future as well, because it's 650 million obese people on this planet. And as you know, in United States, it's around, soon 30% of the population is overweight. So this is a product with a huge potential when we will release our e-health platform. And actually, our e-health platform to treat people on distance is also unique. Today, you don't have this treatment on distance yet in the e-health market. So we are in the absolutely front line of the e-health market, and this e-health platform will then be adapted to all our pipeline one by one by one. Next. So capital market next. So what you can see here regarding RefluxStop is that we have 95% gross margin, which is quite astonishing. We increased the sales 2.4 times from the last quarter, but it's finally now, with COVID, it's starting to take off a little bit. Next, we have 126 million euro on our bank account. So we have money enough to fulfill what we are planning here, which is quite exciting, very exciting times. Next. We also have fantastic investors. As you know, we have both Handelsbanken and Swedbank, and we have lots of really powerful Swedish investors that believe in us, and that's of course fantastic when we should go forward with a project like this. Next slide. Questions?
Good. Thank you very much for a good presentation, Peter. And of course, we need to cover the competitive situation as well. So when we're thinking about this competitor situation, I mean, first off, from pharmaceuticals alternatives, I mean, do you think there's room for both your solutions and say for the weight management tools like Wegovy coming out of Novo Nordisk right now, and maybe emerging pharmaceuticals for acid reflux as well? Do you think there's room for both?
If you imagine that 1 billion people take at least one cure of drugs every year, of course, drugs would still play an important part. But if I would be the sufferer, I would like to get operated. I mean, 48,000 people die from this cancer. And this is not, for me, acceptable situation. You know, this needs to change. So I think it will be an explosion of surgery, but of course, to take a market of 1 billion people, that you don't do in a coffee break.
Yeah, and you have this really broad-based patent portfolio as well. Do you see any threat of emerging technologies that could basically address the same problems that you do in a similar way, or are you well protected?
We are well protected.
Okay, good. And then given how broad-based the sort of GERD problem is, and to reach the sort of market share, I guess you expect, I mean, that's a significant amount of surgeons that needs to be trained and be able to handle the reflex stop. So my question is, how challenging is the procedure, and how much training does the surgeon require to sort of make this, and what's the initial feedback from the ones you've thought thus far?
Yeah, so a normal training process for a surgeon is that they, first of all, they see a webinar where we have surgeons, you know, who know this procedure, has done it before. You present a bit how the surgical technique is with some videos. You present the results of the product, and the surgeons involved maybe present their own results a little bit. After that, one trained surgeon is going to the hospital who should be trained, and they do 2 to 3 surgeries together. And the surgeon at the new hospital, then, he is doing the surgery with the experienced surgery by his side. After that, you know, that will be a representative who also knows the procedure, but not a surgeon, who will be visiting these surgeons, you know, several times thereafter to see that everything goes well and they understand how to handle our surgical instrument and so on. So we take really care of them, and of course that takes a little bit of time, and you have to do it step by step. But you know, it's like these KOLs that we are selecting now. You know, if you have 100 KOLs, they will spread this procedure to maybe 10 other hospitals each, because people trust them. You know, they are the leading ones. They know how to do this. And therefore, it's a little bit like a catch-up effect. You know, you need to start and you need to grow slowly, step by step, and then, you know, this will expand more and more.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think we're out of time now, Peter, but very, very happy to have had you here, listen to Implantica. Products super exciting. I look forward to following your journey in the couple of years ahead. So thank you very much, Peter, for doing this with us. And next up, we'll have Paxman in about 4 minutes. So stick around.
Next up, we have Paxman, who develops scalp cooling solutions to reduce hair loss induced by chemotherapy. And without further ado, I leave over the word to their CEO, Richard Paxman.
Thank you, Jacob, and good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. As I've been kindly introduced, Richard Paxman, I'm the CEO of our primarily UK-based business, but also our Paxman AB. If we move to the next slide, I'm just going to set the scene about cancer itself. I think many of you have probably been involved in it. In fact, most of us have been touched by cancer at some point in our lives, unfortunately. There's about 18 million new cases every single year, and unfortunately, that's only growing. Many, many millions of those will have chemotherapy to try and combat that cancer. And unfortunately, many millions of those will lose their hair. So Paxman have a huge opportunity to really address an unmet need for many patients around the world. And that unmet need is something called chemotherapy-induced hair loss or chemotherapy-induced alopecia. So we have a technology that can really manage that side effect. If we go to the next slide, we can start to understand a little bit about what hair loss means to patients. So if you actually look at the data and the information, it's considered the most feared side effect of the treatment in over 75% of patients. It's often the most traumatic, and we believe this is because it's so visible to not only the patient, a reminder of the disease, but also to friends, family, loved ones. For those same reasons, it leads to social isolation. So a patient may not want to work, pick their children up from school, all sorts of different activities, social, sporting activities. It affects patient self-image more than breast surgery in many patients. Again, we think that's because it's so visible. And we do know there's a patient population who will actually say no to chemotherapy because of hair loss or choose a less efficacious treatment. So it's really a desire for the patient to want some privacy or even wanting some normalcy. We're starting now to see a huge increase in awareness about scalp cooling, especially since the supportive care landscape has changed, and more about retention, but also hair regrowth. So if we look at the next slide, we just talk about why we do what we do. This is something I'm very passionate about. When I was 10 years old, my mum was diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer. She was young, in her 30s, 4 young children, and she didn't want to lose her hair. She was actually offered something called scalp cooling all those years ago, but unfortunately for my mum, it didn't work. And that really was the sort of turning point in her poor prognosis, her diagnosis. So seeing that distress, my father, along with his brother at the time, started to look at, well, why didn't it work and what can we do to help patients in the future? So as a family, we've spent the last 20 odd years now developing the technology, improving the technology, as importantly, carrying out clinical trials around the world, and then more recently, really working on market access, which is something I'm very important about. We lost my mum 20 years ago, so this is something that we and the rest of my team are incredibly passionate about. If we look at our next slide, it talks about our vision, and that's about really wanting to make sure that every eligible cancer patient, no matter where you are in the world, regardless of ethnicity, your financial situation, gender, or even what treatment you're having, has a chance to scalp cool. And I believe together with our team and investors, we can actually achieve this and make a wonderful business. If we look at our next slide, it talks about how it works. It's nice and simple, thankfully. That's why I can present to you today. But what we're doing in essence is cooling the scalp to around 18 degrees Celsius, inducing vasoconstriction. So in reality, reducing drug perfusion, so less drug getting to the hair follicles. You'll also see this drop in metabolic rate, reduced metabolism, ultimately means reduced cell division. And chemotherapy is designed to target those rapidly dividing cells. So if they don't move as fast or divide as fast, less targeted. And then what we've also seen in the in vitro work we've done, which I find really exciting, so we've developed our own cell culture models, and what we see is less drug diffused through the cell membrane, both actively and passively. So this reduction in kinetic energy and membrane fluidity, so less drug is getting in and out of the cells. The more we know about how scalp cooling works, the better we can make it in the future. If we look at the next slide, just talks about our scalp cooling systems. We have 2 models, which creates flexibility and allows us to work in all shapes and sizes of chemotherapy infusion centers. It's a nice compact refrigeration system, which pumps a liquid coolant around a soft, single patient use cooling cap or reusable cooling cap, depending on the model. the business model that is. So whether we have a consumable or more of a reusable capital equipment cell. We cool the patient for 30 minutes before the chemo, during the chemo, 90 minutes afterwards. Minimal nursing supervision is needed, which is good. There's limited barriers. And we can work with the site really to implement this appropriately. We've got a lot of experience here. If we look at the next slide, we talk about our clinical data. I'm very proud of the clinical data we have around the world. We've got over 8,000 study subjects with our patients. You know, that's very high for a medical device company. Randomized control trials, large prospective studies with historical controls, and also real world evidence, which is so important with patient reported outcomes. The reality is around 50 to 60% of our patients are successful with scalp cooling. But we also do know now that not only are they successful with retention, those that aren't successful with retention have better regrowth, which is a real motivator for patients, and the risk of what we call persistent chemotherapy-induced alopecia is reduced. If we take a look at the next slide, we talk a little bit about our structure. So Paxman AB, a Swedish public company on the First North Nasdaq growth market. I think it's important to understand why we're here. Back in 2017, we did the IPO to really fund our US business. We've had a real strong tie with Sweden for many years. In fact, I guess the Scandinavia. So we have a strong board with both Swedish and English people on that board, including our founder still. And that owns 100% of Paxman Group. And then where our main activity happens at the moment from a manufacturing, research and development, marketing, regulatory, which is a key component, all sits here in the United Kingdom where I am. And then our latest sort of entity is Paxman US Inc., which is our fastest growing part of the business, but ultimately our US distributor. So strong board, good group structure. If we look at our next slide, this looks at our organization. Very, very proud of our people. We are a diverse and inclusive group, but really have a strong experience now. Some homegrown, which I love, but also some from other industries and other areas. So strong SLT and a growing middle management team as well. You'll see from our point of our IPO, we had about 25 to 30 people. And as of today, we're over 70 people. So 70 strong people, really ready to take that company to the next growth phase. We've invested heavily in our regulatory department recently, our overseas department, and our US department as well as our marketing. So really investing in the future, I feel. If you look at our next slide, it just talks about where we are today around the world. So scalp cooling is really starting to catch on. I like to look at England as an example of what we can achieve around the world to make this a really exciting business. So if you look at England, we have about 99% of all National Health Service using the Paxman scalp cooler, same in the private sector. So if we can do this in England, in a public health system, what can we do elsewhere? We export to about 65 markets and have about 4,500 scalp coolers installed to date in some of the biggest and best cancer centers in the world. If we look at the next slide, just talking about how we monetize this in reality. So historically, we saw direct, of course, in the UK market, but then for the rest of the world, we've used more traditional distributor models. So selling to medical device distributors, and then they sell to the end customer, being the hospital. This has been great. It's been selling capital equipment. We've grown because of this. But actually what we're trying to achieve is more of a recurring revenue stream going forward. So if you look at Japan, for example, which is one of our potential high growth markets, we install and sell capital equipment through a distributor, but we also sell a single patient use cooling cap. So really adding that nice recurring revenue stream. And we look to add other markets as well. In Canada, we do a pay-per-patient model where we have actual scalp cooling technicians on site in some big cancer centers out of Toronto. That's still a pilot at the moment. Mexico, we have a licensing agreement with Teva, a large pharmaceutical company, who we install the equipment and then we take a royalty on per patient use. And then the US is our key pay-per-patient model, which I'll talk about shortly. But really a strong mix of business models to provide that flexibility on both private and socialized healthcare systems. If we look at the next slide, we take a look at the US. Now, this is our biggest potential. It's the world's largest healthcare market. We've got about 1,000 systems installed in about 400 locations to date in about 40 states, so really dispersed. We did our IPO to raise money to help build this infrastructure. So the business model that we use today in the United States is supported by McKesson, a large player in the healthcare market. I'm sure many of you know them. So what we do is we have 3PL, which manages our logistics. We have a specialty pharmacy out of Dallas, and we have Hub Services, which is actually a patient support center out of Scottsdale, Arizona. We install the scalp cooling equipment on a low lease cost or even free of charge to these cancer centers. They then speak to their patient about scalp cooling and then prescribe scalp cooling to the patient. Once that prescription has arrived to Paxman at our hub, we make an outbound call to the patient, and then we charge this patient for the cooling cap and a number of treatments that they're having. So a self-pay option as of today, which is changing, and I'll talk about that later. We then dispatch a single patient use cooling cap directly to the patient's home, and then the patient brings that on the day of treatment. It's worked incredibly well, but of course, the biggest barrier in the US is cost. So reimbursement will remove that barrier and make an very exciting business for the future. In terms of where we're installed, we're in some of the biggest names in America and some of the largest community groups as well. So from an academic center, your MD Anderson's, your Memorial Sloan Ketting's, Mayo, I can go on, Dana-Farber, but really getting some good traction. If we look at the next slide, just looking at our revenue growth, so from 17 to 19, where the US was a catalyst to our growth, we saw about 300% growth overall. COVID, of course, hit us all in different ways. Our direct markets continue to grow. For example, the US, we saw 10% growth, but many of our traditional distributor markets, where our traditional distributors pivoted through COVID, we saw about 20 to 30% drop. Thankfully, 2021 saw those green shoots again, back on a growth trajectory. But as you can see from the quarterly group revenue below, we saw really strong growth in Q4, which is fantastic. So our best quarter to date, I'm very pleased with that. And the trend continues. We ended the year with a very large order book of over 12 million SEK. And that trend is continuing, although we're having some bumps along the way with supply chain issues, with unfortunate situations in Ukraine and COVID continuing to cause us issues. But overall, we're still performing well, and we're very satisfied with the situation. If we look at the next slide, it just looks about where we are in the world. And now you can see from 2020 to 2021, of course, revenue growth, but look at that mix from the US of about 48% to now over 51% in 2021. So that recurring revenue really taking lead. If we look at the next slide, again, back to the US, of course, I'm not going to bang on about it too much, but it is our biggest market. Really substantial growth from 2020 to 2021. In fact, 42% growth. Now we must try and maintain that, and I think maintaining that growth is through reimbursement. If we look next at our next slide, just as another key performance indicator showing recurring revenues and average daily treatment revenues from our patients, which is nicely growing, and hopefully, as I said, that will continue to show a similar trend. Going to our next slide, just talking about the investments we've made, and the return on those investments in America. So cost us about 83,000 SEK to install a capital piece of equipment in America, and that install cost is at Topco, so the capitalized AB number. So it takes about 6 patients to break even and get a return on that investment. We've invested to date around 56 million SEK into equipment into the US, and that's where some of our funding has been used. And about 143 million SEK return in terms of income. So about 258% return on investment. We can do so much more than that. Our systems are underutilized, but removing those barriers such as cost will change that massively. So we've got a good infrastructure to really take advantage of the potential. Our next slide just looks at our funding over the years. So we did 30 million SEK early on when we did our IPO. We then took on some debt to help install that equipment base that I just talked about. And then what we've done is carried out a couple of IPOs in 2021 based on some serious institutional investor interest and some very positive news from CMS, which is Medicare, Medicaid, on reimbursement. And again, the appetite from our institutional investors, and welcome them on board. What you will see is our investment line as well. So this is not working capital to fund the business as such, it's working capital to make investments, so research and development, reimbursement activity, and that capital equipment into the United States. In fact, we spent about £1.4 million excluding personnel to date on reimbursement spend up till the end of last year. Moving to the next slide, just very briefly looks at our financial situation. Of course, we have a drive to get a positive EBITDA and then ultimately a positive profit, but not at the cost of investing. And I think that's important. And we are really starting to see dividends from our investments, which is wonderful. Look at 2020, we were very much supported by reduction in costs, travel, exhibitions, but also furlough schemes, payment protection schemes. And then looking at our US our accounts this year, of course, we've really started to spend on people, on investments around the world to help fuel that growth. And I think our order book is testament to that. Moving to the next slide. Just to say, look, we're really looking to invest in the growth and the future of our business, and especially the US, where there's over 400,000 patients potentially every single year that could access our treatment. Therefore, a total addressable market of well over $600 million. If we move to the next slide, we talk about the directed issues. I've touched on those. So the beginning of the year and the end of the year, raising a large amount of money, really securing us for the future. So we paid off all our debt by the end of the year, and we've started the year with a nice 70 million SEK cash balance, which really puts us in a good situation. If we go to the next slide, it just talks a little bit about what we've invested in. Key to me is internationalization, not all eggs in one basket. So placing people strategically, internationalization of our marketing materials and promotion, and really getting that global brand out there for that international growth. If we look at the next slide, what we've done is very much focused on reimbursement. We've led the way with this discussion. So we've developed relationships with NCN to get scalp cooling on the guidelines, which is critical for payment. We, of course, have FDA clearance for all solid tumor cancers. We've enhanced utilization across the USA. We've worked with the American Medical Association on CPT coding. And then more recently, along with our competitor, actually, we've worked with the CMS to get an APC rate for our scalp cooling product of $1,850, which is really, really strong and a positive signaler for other insurers to come on board in due course. If we look at the next slide, this just talks about our change in business model to take advantage of that new coding and value. We have to change to a buy and bill model. We're going to work with McKesson Specialty Care Distribution to do that, the largest medical device distributor in the world. We'll sell our cooling caps to McKesson. McKesson will sell those cooling caps to healthcare providers, and healthcare providers will then provide that cooling cap to the patient. We'll talk about what happens next after that, but it's a very simple buy and bill model, which is used widely, and we're in the process of switching our customers to take on board this new model. We've had one key large New Jersey institute take on the board, and we're in negotiations and contract discussions with many others. This is really exciting, but it's going to take some time. Looking at the next slide, which is quite busy, just talks about the hub services and the patient assistance program we're setting up. This is important to me. It helps access, but we're going to help them, the providers, to reduce those barriers with benefits investigations, prior authorizations, appeals, and have a really favorable patient assistance program so that all patients can get access to this. And that will really help drive pressure on the payers and ultimately work towards universal reimbursement. If we look at the next slide, just talking about research, we continue to invest in the future of scalp cooling, so improving what we do through something topical, which will help markets move to more of a consumable element, and also a better and perfect fitting cooling cap, which is sustainable and environmentally friendly. Again, allowing us maybe in some markets to switch from reusable to single patient use. Again, adding value to the business. Our next slide just looks at a huge opportunity we have when we're now about to finish the presentation, but chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy, such an unmet need, large market potential, and there's nothing out there that's proven to prevent this at this moment in time. Paxman have an ongoing clinical trial, if we look at the next slide, with the University of Singapore. We've got a small clinical trial ongoing, and we're just in a planning stage for a large clinical trial, which is going to be hopefully funded across the United States for about 400 patients to finally prove. That's what you'll see in terms of the device, the beta prototypes that we'll be having completed by the end of the year. And we've just gone into production for around 200 devices. A very exciting opportunity. Go to the next slide. And then the next slide after that, just very briefly, we've just held the most wonderful scalp cooling summit. And I think this is testimony to the company and where we sit within this market, with over 1,300 delegates and registrations that joined our recent summit. Very well attended, some world-leading speakers, 49 speakers joined us to really promote scalp cooling across this across the United States and across the rest of the world. Next slide, please. So, as I said before, I really think we can make a difference. This is not only an exciting commercial investment, but I think really makes a difference from a societal impact as well. So thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that very interesting presentation, Richard. If we start on the US market, I mean, you showed the long-term development where you've seen quite the solid growth, and now also coming back from the pandemic. But as I understand it, that has been now largely with scalp cooling being an out-of-pocket for patients. Now with this change in reimbursement, where do you see growth going onwards?
Yeah, a great question. I think that growth has been with out-of-pocket expense. So ultimately, we remove that barrier with reimbursement, and access improves vastly. So I don't have any specific growth figures for you, and I can't share those. But I think over this year, it's going to be steady. I think we're going to take time for new customers to onboard into our new buy and bill model. But I think 2023 onwards is going to be exciting. We're going to start getting and understanding what the payers are paying, and we're going to really able to drive that out. So, we're scratching at the surface. I said, if you saw on one slide, we've done 9,000 patients since we began. There's 400,000 patients every single year that could potentially access scalp cooling. So we have a long way to go, but you remove that barrier and that cost barrier, the numbers soon quickly increase.
Okay, and you touched upon it now, the new business model converting to the buy and build model. Where are you on that, and sort of the transition on converting your existing customers?
So I think that's going to be the slow piece, although I've set some quite impressive targets for 40% of our customers by the end of the year. So you'll have to ask me how we're getting on in December, or not maybe. It's going to take some time. So we've onboarded the first 8 sites, and we have contract discussions and negotiations with many other customers. So it's happening, but there's always going to be a bit of hesitancy because you're switching the risk to the provider, although we've got this wonderful patient assistance program. So the appetite is there, but I think what's going to be the catalyst for this to change is our first cases going through and getting feedback from the payers. As soon as we start to get that, we're going to be able to put confidence into the market and onboard customers in a much quicker way. But all the infrastructure is there, which is amazing. We're very proud, and it's been a busy few months getting that off the ground.
Okay, and you mentioned that you have treated around 9,000 patients to date, but as you said, I mean, that's only grasping the surface on what you could do. So looking more longer term, where do you see the penetration of scalp cooling going?
So I think realistically, I think a 25% level of the market would be relatively straightforward to achieve. So 25% to a third of the market. Not in the short term. I don't mean this year. Don't quote me on that. But I think, you know, our sort of medium-term goals, it wouldn't be unfair. It's just unlocking those barriers, which is absolutely key.
Okay, and finally, just on the profitability, I mean, you showed us the income statement historically on the slides, and it was quite a few, I mean, red figures. But I also noticed the black EBITDA in here in Q4, and now with sort of the pandemic easing off and growth improving, should we see you performing profitable growth going forward?
I sort of intimated this. I think I'd love to say yes, but we've got to be realistic. I think 2022 we'll see probably similar trends. It will be a bit bumpy, some profitable months, some not profitable months, based on a number of things such as our cost structure, getting equipment out of the door, of course, which is critical, and our forex variances as well. I've talked about this before, but we do get hit a little bit where we can't manage our hedging as well on all the debt. So we are working towards it, and I don't think we're far off in the slightest based on just getting that extra sales revenue. But of course, we're making these significant investments. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, that's a perfect answer. And I think that was all the time we had for questions. So I would like to thank you for participating. And next up, we have Integrum.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. We're very excited to have Integrum here with us today for the next presentation. With us we have their CFO Dennis Bäcklund here to present the company. I'll leave the word over to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So, welcome. Integrum, it's the company I'm representing here today, and I would like to present what we're doing and how far we've come with our technology and the revolutionary technology that we aim to conquer the market with. Next slide, please. Yeah, so what is it that we're doing? We are targeting amputations, and we're helping amputees to regain their mobility and get a better life after the abrupt change in life that the amputation really is. And each year there are about 2,600 amputees performed in amputations performed in Sweden. There are 185,000 amputations each year in the United States, and currently there are more than 2 million amputees living in the US. Next slide, please. And to date, Integrum was founded in 1998. We went public on Nasdaq First North Growth Market in 2017. We have a letter of intent with the Department of Defense, which helped us to bring the revolutionary technology to the US market. Currently, we have more than 35 partners or hospital systems in the US and primarily in the US and in Europe that are offering this technology. We have helped more than 500 patients to get a better life. And in December 2020, we received a PMA approval from the FDA, which is the final and top approval that we can get. So that's we're very happy about that. And our most current quarter, which ended in January 2022, we saw a top line of close to 50 million SEK. And for the past 3 years, we've grown with 30% CAGR. Next slide, please. So why invest in Integrum? Well, we're meeting a large and unmet medical need within amputations. We bring a totally new way to treat amputations than what is currently offered or the currently standard of care. We aim to change that. We have a proprietary and proven technology to bone anchor prostheses with our system called the Opera implant system. We have a leading position in the US. We are the first and we're the only FDA-approved system who has received a PMA. We have high profile and leading US collaborations. For example, Walter Reed, which is the main military hospital in the US. We have Johns Hopkins, and we have many more. Of the top 20 hospital systems in the US, 12 of them are our customers or offer this technology. However, we're not allowed to name them, but Mayo Clinic, for example, is one that has themselves gone out with that they're offering our technology. We have a stronger growth profile, so 30%. We managed to grow throughout the pandemic, even though we have been severely affected by it. We have an improving profitability. We're at the break even at the moment. And we're developing some exciting new products that we call the e-Opera system, which is a mind-controlled prosthesis where we implant electrodes connect them to the muscle and to the nerves. And then we also have a product called the Neuromotus, which is to treat phantom limb pain. On top of this, we have an experienced management team and a strong board of directors to help us to grow this company. Next slide, please. So what is it exactly that we're doing? Many people think Integrum, okay, you're doing prostheses, not at all what we're doing. we take the socket, which is connected to prosthesis, and replaces that with a bone-anchored solution, which we call the Opera implant system. And if you look at the prosthesis, not much has changed since Pharaoh's time. And the current socket solution was developed in the 16th century by a French army surgeon. And they look pretty much the same today. However, with improvements. But for many patients, this system is not optimal for them, and they have problems. And that's where we come in and help them. Next slide, please. And what we do, we take on the innovation of osseointegration, which Per-Ingvar Brånemark discovered in the 1960s, that the titanium and the bone grow together. And that has become the dental implant industry. You have the bone-anchored hearing aids and so on. And what we do is we take this one step further and scale up the implant to what we call the orthopedic osseointegration. Next slide, please. And here you can see one of our patients who's actually riding a bike here. He's walking around out on Almondön here in Gothenburg, and he's very happy with his life. This patient had problems with his socket, which caused him to not be as mobile as he would want or as he could be. And as you can see here, he's riding his bike, or at least standing next to a bike, but we have video of him riding it as well. So, next slide, please. And the traditional socket, it comprises of several challenges, and one being poor fit, for example. You have sweating, and the body mass expands and decreases over time, which causes the socket to be or refitted. You also have the intention, or one of the intention of the skeletal system is to carry the load of the body. When you have a socket, that load is carried by the soft tissues around the bone. And that's not the way that it was intended, and it's not the optimal solution. What we do is connect the prosthesis directly into the bone as it was intended from the beginning. Next slide, please. And with our unique system, the Opera implant system, the patients will have increased range of motion. They will be able to move their leg in a more precise and effective way. It's a stable attachment. There's no risk that the prosthesis falls off. The standard, the socket prosthesis, it's connected, or many patients connect them with adhesion force. And when sweating comes into the picture, there's a risk that the prosthesis falls off. And with our solution, it sits where it's intended to sit. It's easy to take on and off. We have our own proprietary product called the Aktier, which you can see in the middle picture here, which we refer to as a ski binding. That's a safety mechanism that connects the implant system through the prosthesis that's supplied by another company. The patient will have improved mobility. Using the skeletal system to carry the load also increases the effectiveness for the patient when they're walking, so they can walk greater distances without being fatigued. There's no socket adjustment required. The prosthesis, or the prosthesis connects directly to the implant system, and if the patient gains or loses weight, it doesn't affect this in the same way as a socket would. And primarily, the reduce of pressure and pressure, source, and pain is taken away altogether, since the patient is not loading the body through the soft tissues. Next slide, please. And as I referred to earlier, we have some exciting products in the pipeline, one being the e-Opera, or mind-controlled prosthesis, which we was the first company to surgically implant electrodes into a human, and this was in 2013. And that patient is still using his prosthesis or his implant system, and is very happy with it. So what we do here is that we take electrodes. First of all, we take the implant system that we have. It's backwards compatible, which is very good. So all that needs to be done is to change out what we call the abutment, which is the metal pin or the titanium pin that penetrates the skin. Replaces that with one that's hollowed out, so we can have electrodes go through it. We drill a hole in the bone of the patient, and we connect the electrodes to the muscles and to the peripheral nerves, so that the patients both have control, can open and close, bend the elbow, and so on, and also have a sensation, so they can feel on the prostheses. This is still in clinical trials, but as I said, it has been in patients since 2013, so we are confident that this is working. Next slide, please. So here's a video of one of our e-opera patients where he uses the system.
Jag heter Rickard Normark, är 45 år, bor på en gård i Lövånger i Västerbotten med fru och 3 barn. 2011 var jag med om en högspänningsolycka i ett ställverk och blev kraftigt brännskadad, förlorade min vänstra arm. Och efter det så fick jag då börja använda en hylsprotes som jag egentligen aldrig kände mig bekväm i. Den satt dåligt och var svår att kontrollera, svår att få sätta som man ville på morgonen. Efter ett tag så kände jag det att min högra hand började domna av och jag fick problem med rörelseförmågan i vänster axel och ryggen började kännas sned. Jag tänkte att det här måste finnas någonting bättre. Och då kom jag i kontakt med Integrum och blev erbjuden att prova operasystemet, vilket jag då valde att göra. Och efter 2 operationer och en del rehabilitering så kunde jag då börja använda den protes jag har idag, och det har ju öppnat upp en helt ny värld. Det går inte att jämföra, det är så otroligt mycket bättre. Systemet är lätt att använda. Jag tar på mig pucken, klickar fast den och startar den på några sekunder är den igång. Med hylsprotesen kunde man få ta på den flera gånger innan det väl börjar fungera. Det kan ta upp till 20 minuter, en halvtimme innan man kan börja använda den på morgonen, så att det kändes aldrig bekvämt. Det som var kvar då, det var ju att ytelektroderna var väldigt störkänsliga för mig. Jag kunde aldrig riktigt lita på greppet när man var i en miljö med mycket elektronik. Helt plötsligt kunde handen bara öppna om man tappade saker. Då blev jag erbjuden att delta i ett forskningsprojekt som en av hittills 4 personer. Och det heter då e-opera, och då har de opererat in elektroderna i armen. Vilket har gjort att störningarna för mig är helt borta. Och precisionen är mycket, mycket mer finkänslig. Jag kan göra väldigt små rörelser och styra ännu bättre ovanför huvudet. Och det är en helt ny värld även det. Och det möjliggör även att jag får en viss känselrespons tillbaka. När jag tar i saker så känner jag att greppet finns där. I och med att vi då lever på en gård och jag hade tidigare ett väldigt aktivt liv, finns sysslor att göra hela tiden, har ett stort motorsportintresse, så var jag väldigt begränsad med min hylsprotes. Man litade inte på greppet och det var svårt att röra sig. Idag så har ju allt det där börjat komma tillbaka mer och mer. Jag hittar nya saker varje dag som jag kan göra. Och jag känner det som tidigare, då bar man en protes som ett hjälpmedel. Idag är protesen mer en del av mig. Jag ser det inte som att jag bär protes. Det är en helt ny värld.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that was Rickard Normark, one of our e-opera patients, and as you could see, he's very happy with it, as are we. On the picture to the far right here, we see another of our e-opera patients, Magnus Niska, who was the first patient to get it implanted. But what we're currently offering, and where the main or pretty much all the revenue stems from, is the opera implant system. What I haven't explained is that 80% of our sales are stemming from the US, 20% are from the rest of the world, primarily Europe. So it's an operating implant system. We have the Neuromotors, which is a commercially launched product, but we launched it just when the pandemic started. So it has not been, we haven't seen the full commercial effect of the Neuromotors yet. And then coming is the mind control prostheses that we're working to commercialize. Next slide, please. And as I touched on earlier, we are the only PMA-approved device in the US to connect a prosthesis through a bone-anchored solution. And this is something we received in December 2020. And one positive thing here is that it changed the perception from the market. Many of the surgeons, for example, in hospital systems, they saw this as a exciting new technology. Before we got the PMA, they mainly viewed it as a research project. But now with the PMA, we see that the perception is that this is a very exciting and new product that will bring help to the market. Next slide, please. And looking at the market size, so if we take the US and 5 selected European countries being Germany, Sweden, Austria, Belgium, Netherlands, and Austria, exactly. Then we have 7.8 billion in total addressable market, coming from 3.1 million patients. Of those 3.1 million patients, 1.3 are amputees due to some sort of trauma or cancer, which is our indication. So we don't treat or we don't focus on patients that have some sort of cardiovascular disease at the moment. From these 1.3 million patients, 260,000 are above knee amputees, and statistically they have issues with their socket. That's the patients we're going after at the moment. And out of these, we have treated 500 patients, or more than 500 so far. So there's a lot of patients for us to help. If we look at, next slide, please. If we look, one more, thank you. If we look at the US exclusively, we take the same calculations. We come from 2.2 million patients. We see 185,000 potential opera patients, above knee amputees that have some sort of issue with their current socket prosthesis. If we look at an average price of 30,000 per patient, which is what we communicated when we went public as the revenue per patient, then we get a market of $5.6 billion. Next slide, please. If we look at the growth, we see there's about 185,000 new amputees each year. If we take the same calculations, we come down to 7,400 new patients, or opera potential patients each year in the US alone. Next slide, please. So to reach all these patients, there's a few key activities we need to do. One is to target the leading hospitals. We have great traction there. We have more than 35 partners or hospital systems that are offering this technology. We need to increase that even further, and that we're doing. And we have seen that during the pandemic, we have managed to grow this number. Even though the top line has not grown as intended, we see that we have maintained growth in number of centers or hospital systems that offer this technology. Johns Hopkins, for example, UCSF in San Francisco, Walter Reed, USC in Los Angeles are a few of those that offer this. We need to expand it not only with the top centers, but only general centers. In the US, there are about 450 centers that we see that has the potential to offer this technology. Working hard, we have our own sales organization, which we work with 10 independent sales representatives that are out at the hospital systems representing us. But we also have a partnership with a company called Oncos Surgical, which have 5 regional sales managers and 150 independent sales reps that are out at hospitals and making connections and seeing to that we grow our business. But important also is to create awareness among the surgeons, rehab specialists, and the potential patients. And this is something we're really working hard on now to increase the awareness of this product out there. And the long-term goal is to make this the standard of care and to have a standardized reimbursement process around this. Next slide, please. So to sum it up, we have high profile and leading collaborations in the US. We have strong partnerships with Oncosurgical. And in the US, we sell the ski binding, which we call the Aktier through Ottobock. So we are in a good position to come out of this pandemic and grow the top line. Thank you. That was it. Thank you for listening in.
Okay, thank you for the very exciting presentation, Dennis. I think we have time for a couple of questions. And I'll start with the question on the procedure. Just wondering sort of how complex the implant is for surgeons, and if it's hard for them to learn as opposed to the conventional surgeries that they perform.
Yeah, very good question. So our system is performed in a two-stage surgical procedure. So first stage is the implant system, or the fixture is implanted. Then the patients go home and come back 3 months later. And then we insert the metal pin or the abutment that protrudes the skin. And to answer your question, if this is complex, Rickard Brånemark, our chairman and founder, as he said, this is a fairly standard orthopedic procedure. And when a surgeon has done two of these cases, they are well equipped to do it on their own.
Okay, that's good to hear. So it doesn't seem like that would be a hurdle for you going forward. Another question on the current reimbursement situation. To what extent is your solution covered by the current standardized reimbursement, and to what extent is it out-of-pocket expense necessary right now? And do you expect to see a potential for a broader coverage going forward?
Yes, so our aim or our goal is to have a broader standardized reimbursement code for this. That takes time, however. But until then, we work with the hospital systems to make sure that the patients are reimbursed for this. And to my knowledge, no patient has paid out of pocket for this. I know that a few hospitals, or at least one hospital, they say that we think, or we know that this is such a benefit for the patient. So even if so what they do is they treat the patients and then they submit the documentations to the insurance company. If the insurance company comes back and say that no, we're not paying this, then the hospital takes the bill for the patient. But that's only one hospital, but yeah, we're working on having this standardized.
Okay, interesting. I think that was all the time we had. So I would like to thank everyone for tuning in, and thank you as well, Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you for listening in. Have a good day.
Okay, welcome back to our final presentation before the lunch break. Next up, we have GPX Medical and their CEO, Hanna Sjöström. And with that, I leave over the word to you.
Thank you so much, and hi everyone. Thank you for your interest in GPX Medical. My name is Hanna Sjöström, and I'm the CEO. And today I'd like to tell you about our innovative technology innovation that has potential to significantly upgrade the current standard of care for preterm-born infants. With our medical device that continuously monitor the lungs of preterm-born infants and instantly detect lung complications so that we can help save more infants. GPX Medical was founded in 2016 as a spin-off from Department of Atomic Physics at Lund University in Sweden. And we are really that perfect proof of interdisciplinary power when a professor in atomic physics and a professor in medicine together found this completely new way of monitoring the body. That can be compared to when the ultrasound was developed. We have taken this technology into our first product, our first medical device for continuous lung monitoring of preterm-born infants. And with this medical device, we are addressing a growing clinical need since we have such an increase in infants being born preterm. We're talking about as many as 15 million babies every year that are born preterm and 400,000 just in the USA. So we have a very strong clinical support for our innovation as an instant or very quick detection of lung complication has the potential to save lives and also save lives and save these babies' lives from disabilities. We're a listed company on Nasdaq First North here in Stockholm, Sweden, under the ticker GPX Med. And we have the ambition to take our technology innovation to really improve the care of this vulnerable patient group. And I'll show you a quick video of our medical device. My name is Hanna Sjöström, and I'm the CEO of GPX Medical. Did you know that as many as 1 out of 10 babies are born too soon and in need of intensive care for their survival? That's because the last organ to be developed in the human body are the lungs. And today's monitoring methods of lung complications are insufficient, old, and invasive. That's why we have developed Neola, neonatal lung analyzer, for a continuous monitoring of the lungs of preterm-born infants with an instant detection of lung complications so that we can prevent long-term suffering and even death. Neola was developed to upgrade current respiratory healthcare globally. Look at Neola as a medical device, but also as a technology that in the future is able to predict and not only diagnose respiratory disease for infants, children, and hopefully even adults. Sweden has a vast legacy of medtech innovation, and we at GPX Medical are aiming to be part of that life-saving Hall of Fame. So with Neola, GPX Medical is entering the global market for neonatal respiratory intensive care systems that is estimated to be worth $2.5 billion in 2026 with a yearly growth of 5%. And there is a clear need for medical device in the neonatal care it's driven by a number of factors. First, we have an increase in preterm birth and an increase in the number of neonatal intensive care clinics around the world. There's also an increased medical need for better neonatal care. And that translates also into a high demand for technology innovation, but also a willingness to pay more for it. And we see a significant market increase, especially demand in high-income countries such as the US, Europe, and China. And this is because never before have we had so many infants born preterm. The fact is that preterm birth is the second most common cause of death for children under the age of 5 after pneumonia. So 1 out of 10 babies are born too soon. This means that many of you listening today have a child that's born preterm or will have. And if you look at the size of your palm, you can imagine your baby being just that size and the complications that they face when they enter this world. As many as 50% of the very preterm-born infants shows signs of what we define as severe disability at age 11. And preterm-born infants are very vulnerable because their lungs are not yet developed. So current monitoring methods are mainly chest X-ray, blood sampling, and sometimes ultrasound. Very insufficient methods. Mainly, they're just snapshots of what's going on inside of the lungs, but they are also slow to show results, and any type of handling of the infant is also disturbing for the child. So new modern technology that offers continuous monitoring is definitely needed within this field. That's why we have developed Neola, Neonatal Lung Analyzer. This is a medical device that is offering non-invasive 24-hour monitoring of the lungs with an instant detection of lung complications, to let us save more children and also let them live a healthy life without severe disabilities. We're currently in the regulatory process aimed at market approval, and Neola is a medical device in Class 2 for the US. So how does this work? Well, the innovative technology behind is called biomedical GASMAS, which stands for gas in scattering media absorption spectroscopy. This is a revolutionary and unique method for measuring gas and composition of gases inside of the body. And GASMAS relies on tunable diode laser spectroscopy and how light is transmitted through the body, the solid and the liquid components of the tissue, and the absorption of free gas molecules within the body cavities, focused at the lungs. So using GASMAS for medical application is completely unique and a whole new measurement modality for medical applications. Patented, and all patents belong to the company. So we fill a very clear gap in today's standard of care with our continuous non-invasive lung monitoring that measures the changes in relative lung volume inside of the lung and also the concentration of free oxygen gas molecules in the lung cavities. So this is a real-time monitoring that enables the doctor to have an objective decision support in their diagnosis of pulmonary complications. Our technology is continuous and presents minimal disturbance to the infant. So the aim is to instant detect typical things that are very common in this care, such as changes in lung aeration, slow trends that are incredibly hard for the healthcare personnel to discover in time today, but also instant changes like a pneumothorax or an atelectasis, changes in the respiration due to mucus in the tracheal tube, for example, and changes in the respiration right versus left lung. Typical complications for this patient group. So what we're presenting here today is precision care with the potential to really upgrade current standard of care for these infants. And we believe that Neola will be able to contribute to decreased number of days in intensive neonatal care, which is, of course, extremely important, especially for the US hospitals. Faster detection of pulmonary complications, but also a safer withdrawal from respiratory support. And we have done market research with neonatologists in the US and in Europe, and there is a general interest and excitement for this kind of breakthrough innovation. And we have a business strategy that enables both recurrent revenues, but also holds the door open for an exit. We are now in a preparatory sales phase where we, through occasional sales of Neola, create an interest for the innovation with neonatologists that are early adopters of advanced technology. We sell Neola as a medical device, and it's one system for each bed. And we also secure recurrent revenues through the probe set that are disposable, so the probe sets that you place on the baby's chest. And in this way, we are securing recurrent revenues, and in parallel, we are preparing the company for an industry exit. And as a proof point of the great interest we meet from neonatologists and key opinion leaders within the field, we have now already, before a CE mark, sold our first Neola medical device to University College Cork and Infant Center to be used in a large investigator-sponsored clinical study of infants. The study is led by Professor Eugene Dempsey, and it's currently ongoing and includes up to 100 infants. In the current phase, they start with healthy newborns and then continues with infants in different weight classes and with different type of respiratory challenges. And the technology is groundbreaking, and key opinion leader Professor Eugene Dempsey and his team at Infant Center at the University Hospital in Cork are convinced that Neola has the potential to significantly alter the way that preterm-born infants are monitored today in neonatal intensive care, especially preterms that are on mechanical ventilation. Not only can we potentially monitor them in real time, but also reduce X-ray exposure and limit blood tests. And this is also supported by the positive results coming out of Infant Center of the first 50 of the 100 babies that in the ongoing clinical investigator study in Ireland. So clinical researcher and neonatologist Jurate Panivene presented their results and conclusions from the first 50 babies in the US in a couple of weeks ago. And the results from the clinical study confirms that Neola works very well for measurement of newborn infants' lungs. That really strengthened our perception of Neola's potential within intensive care moving forward. So these results are highly encouraging. We're also gaining a lot of international awareness with our innovation and won the silver medal in Healthcare Innovation World Cup at Medica Fair last November amongst 300 startups from more than 66 countries, selected by an industry jury on the level of innovation, commercialization, usability, and sustainability. So we follow an established plan and reach our milestones. We now look forward to our next major milestone with validation of Neola under 2022 and 2023, the ongoing large clinical study and international market launch after regulatory approval towards end of 2023. Milestones are very important to us. And in 2022, we are mainly working with technical verification and preparation of clinical validation, the regulatory process with authorities in Europe and the US, and also, of course, preparing for commercialization and our market entry in the US, concerning a lot of price investigation, but also reimbursement. So finally, why invest in GPX Medical? Well, there is a great clinical need. With Neola, GPX Medical has the opportunity to create new conditions to really upgrade today's standard of care in neonatal intensive care through better care, fewer days in intensive care, and at the end of the day, healthier babies that can live a healthy life. So we are also confident in our proven technology. We have a great team on board, and we're very commercially driven. So with that, I hope that you would like to join our journey. You're always welcome to contact me, and please do also follow us in social media. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I think we have time for a couple of questions. If we start with the recently published initial study with results from 50 infants, 48 of those were successfully monitored. But thinking of those 2 that weren't successful, what can you tell us about those? Were they more like complex cases or high risk, or why did the Neola fail to monitor those?
It was a situation where the babies were screaming a lot, and they were also needed to breastfeed during that particular session. So because we were measuring for a shorter period of time, that's why the results weren't successful in those 2 cases. However, it really has no connection to the technology that has really been validated by this clinical study. So 48 out of 50 in this clinical setting, I would say, is very encouraging results.
Okay, that's good to hear. And moving on, I mean, Detta, one of the world's leading providers for ventilators for neonatals, is talking a bit about the next generation of ventilators with some sort of monitoring functions. So is there any risk of them innovating something similar that would sort of provide the same function as you do?
I would say it's a great opportunity that many of the large industry companies now are focusing more on ventilators and smart ventilators. Our technology is, of course, also a perfect technology to integrate into ventilator to make the ventilators smarter. Typical this type of groundbreaking innovation that comes from the university seldom comes from the large industry companies. So what we see is of course also a general interest from industry company in our innovation, and I'm sure that there are many watching us right now on how our clinical studies are going and how we can continue to develop.
And just on the go-to-market strategy for the US market, I mean, is the business model going to be that you place the Neola at hospitals for free and then generate consumables revenue, or do you also see a potential for capital upfront sales?
Definitely capital upfront sales. We have sold our first medical device for 60,000 euros in Europe. We think that is probably a pretty good entry point for the European market, where our price studies shows that we can most likely take a higher price for the US market, both a cap investment where you have 1 Neola per baby, and we're focusing on 26,000 beds in the US that could be potentially available for a Neola system. And then, of course, also making sure that we have that recurrent revenues through the probe sets that are disposables.
Okay, and just looking at the sort of reimbursement situation, is there any sort of current standardized reimbursement for a similar procedure or treatment that can, I don't know, show like a guidance on what kind of revenues this could generate in the future?
So there's really been a lack of new innovation within this field, which is something that we hear a lot when we talk both with the FDA, but also with hospitals around US. So we will start with a model where we really go through the neonatologist and and go that way through to the hospitals where we start out with a few units in the clinic. And then, of course, our ambition is that in the future, no doctor would like to have a preterm-born baby that's not monitored by Neola.
Okay, I think that was all the questions we had time for today. I would like to thank you for participating. And now we will take a 30-minute lunch break before having Kulenia at 12:30. Welcome back to our next presentation. Next up, we have Q-linea and their CEO, Jonas Jarvius. Q-linea is a commercial stage developer of solutions for rapid antimicrobial susceptibility testing, developed to improve patient outcomes for sepsis and address antibiotic resistance. And with that, I leave over the word to you, Jonas.
Thank you very much, Jakob. Yes, welcome to the presentation today. Will be a 20-minute slot roughly, and we're going to talk about Q-linea, what we are, what we do within the area of infectious diseases. If we look at the next slide, which is really our disclaimer slide, which we have to present in case I make any forward-looking statements. But if we then move to the next slide and look at some high levels of the company and achievements really so far. As we said, we're doing development for disruptive infectious disease diagnostics. This is an area with a big unmet need and an area of a growing concern. So it's really important to have better tools, better diagnostics within this field. We're a company, roughly 180 employees and consultants as of today. We could also announce earlier that we had our first commercial order of the system. We have a worldwide sales partner, Thermo Fisher Scientific, that promotes the instruments as of today in Europe, and we do the same in Sweden. So very happy about that. We're also coming back from ECCMID, the largest infectious disease conference in the world, from Lisbon earlier in April. And we had a very strong interest for ASTar, and I'll come back to that a little bit end of my presentation. Another thing that I'm very proud about is, as you know, we are moving in the last stage of our submission to the FDA for, of course, US market clearance. And the FDA has announced our product to be a breakthrough device. And of course, this is a very big thing for us. And it also gives a recognition that what we do really can aid and benefit and better care for US patients. Podler, our technology development, also huge interest at ECCMID. We are making good progress there in discussions with commercial partners and looking into the way to take Podler to the market. But if we move on to the next slide, I will talk very briefly about the area we operate in. I mean, the first product is toward to blood infections, and sepsis being the most severe condition. It's a #1 killer in the US, the #1 cost driver in the US. And what we can also see that worldwide, a patient will die every third second from sepsis. So this is a huge problem. The problem today as a physician is that the current diagnostic workflow takes too long. And that really means that when you start therapy for these patients, half of them are actually on the wrong therapy. And around 20% of them will have died before you get the appropriate answer. And this is where we want to come in to make a dramatic change in the timeline and potential outcome for these patients. But also, if you look to the right, another area of huge growing concern is antimicrobial resistance. Has been posed as the biggest threat to mankind. And of course, here we need to use antibiotics better. We need better diagnostic tool to make sure that we only use it appropriately and the correct type of antibiotic. We, of course, as a company cannot solve this huge problem ourselves, but we can be an important piece of the puzzle and really aid for future generations. If we then move into the next slide and talk a little bit more about ASTar and our product. We developed ASTar together with customers, and now when ASTar is on the market, we can really see that all the work we built into the product development pays off. It's easy to use, it's fast, it's comprehensive, and it's very precise. And when we see the feedback from customers now, we really can have a sense that all these 4 pillars are important if you're going to make a big change in this field. If we then move into the next slide and have a look at the breakthrough device designation by FDA, as I said, this is a huge thing for us as a company. And you can see to the left, I mean, the real reason FDA do this with the devices is, of course, to put a priority on them. And the real purpose is, of course, to provide faster and better healthcare for US patients. That's really what FDA is all about. I think interestingly also with the breakthrough, it opens up to some possibilities to looking at specific reimbursement programs that may or may not be eligible for ASTar, but it still opens the door. And of course, in our sense, we do hope that after submission to the FDA, we can have perhaps a more speedy approval of our product. So fingers crossed, and no promises made, but all very happy about that so far. So if we take the next slide and look how ASTar comes into the diagnostic workflow. As I said, today it takes a long time to diagnose these patients. And on the upper part of the image, you can see here, it's a multi-day, multi-step process. You start empiric therapy immediately, of course, and then you have to wait several days, and the lab personnel have to do many, many steps with the samples in order to get to the answer that you really want. And that answer is, what antibiotic and what concentration should I use to treat this unique patient infection? Because bacteria are different, some are resistant, some are sensible. And of course, you need to find the exact right treatment regime for each patient. And as I mentioned also earlier on, around 20% will actually have died today because current diagnostic workflow takes too long. So if we look at the bottom part of the image, we can see where ASTar comes in. I mean, seamlessly integrated in the lab workflow. It only takes 2 minutes to start the test, and then you can walk away from ASTar, meaning that the lab staff can do a lot of other tasks, COVID testing in the past, for instance, and a lot of other things that they need to prioritize. Then within 6 hours, you get actually the most comprehensive answer of any AST system on the market currently today, meaning broad panel of antibiotics and broad concentration ranges. But also in this picture, I highlighted our next technology, Podler, because actually today, and I will come back to that later on in my presentation, one real big hurdle here in the diagnostic workflow is transporting the sample from the site of sampling to the central microbiology lab. This transport can take 10, 15 hours, depending on when and where it's taken. And of course, if you're a septic patient moving into septic shock, the mortality increases with around 8% every hour if you're on the wrong treatment. So time to actionable result is really important for these patients. So this provides a coverage of where we are right now and what we aim to go into the future. If we take the next slide, we can also see that this is just testimonials from customers having tested the instrument, and really can see that it is super easy to use. I can use my staff for other tasks. And this is, of course, very important for nighttime operated labs where you have very few personnel working, very usually low educated, but they can still run an ASTar. If we move on with the next slide, we can also see that ASTar is built for the medium size and up hospital, having a huge capacity to run a lot of samples, both, of course, high steady state throughput, but also handle peak loads. And we've also designed the system to handle fully automated samples such as blood. And as we now presented at ECCMID, also going into the semi-automated for isolates, not as time critical. And I think the beauty of ASTar is that it's designed so that fully automated, you have a sample preparation cartridge and a disk. You can see that to the lower right. Semi-automated, you only load the disk. And this means that we can address different price points for various tests. If we then look at the next slide, of course, a very important slide, but we'll take it very briefly. You have to do clinical studies for these type of tests. And when we did test ASTar, this is results from our CIVD study, I mean the European study, we exceeded all requirements by margin. So providing the correct answer as to reference, providing the right treatment category with a very high reproducibility. So also, if you look at the right, you can see the breadth of our panel. We have highlighted there are 2 other companies on the market that do fully automated AST analysis. And of course, in this type of graph, you want to be as far up on the higher right as possible. And you can clearly see that ASTar can provide a broader answer per test. And what does that mean? Well, it really means that if you start a test in ASTar, the likelihood that you can act on that test, finding the appropriate antibiotic for that patient, is higher, of course. And that then means that you have to do less follow time-consuming tests. So I think this is an important aspect of our product. If we then move in to the next slide, we can also see that independent health economic studies have looked into the value of 24 faster AST with very significant numbers. So reduced mortality quite dramatically, but also if you can go from broad spectrum treatment to narrow spectrum treatment faster, you reduce the pressure for resistant development in the patient and in the hospital, as you can see in the middle part here, but also to the further right. As I mentioned, if you progress in sepsis from sepsis to septic shock, you will end up in an intensive care bed, the most expensive beds in the hospital. You have a team around you trying to keep the blood pressure up, trying to fight the infection. And this study could show that you could leave that intensive care unit on average 2 days faster. This is, of course, a dramatic cost saving for the hospital, since all these type of tests in general are DRG or lump sum reimbursed. Any cost you can save really makes a difference. So when we look at ASTar, what can provide, it really provides benefits for the patient, society, and the hospital. And we are now moving forward with our own health economic study, and I'll be happy to come back to present more details on that within the next couple of months. But if we move on and take a step back from really the high level, this is just one example from ASTar being run in a hospital in Sweden, south of Sweden. It was an elderly gentleman, had neurosurgery, developed sepsis. He was put on pip/tazo, a common treatment for these type of infections. And on the lower part, you can see all the timestamps, what happened with this patient in the diagnostic workflow. So the day after he was admitted to the dorm, he had a positive blood culture, meaning presence of bacteria in the blood. We could download ASTar, or the staff could load ASTar, and already the same day, ASTar could provide a result saying that, first of all, the patient is resistant towards pip/tazo, or the bacteria in the patient. So this is the wrong treatment. But also, of course, and more importantly, you could also say what antibiotic to choose. So this patient was moved to meropenem, and he had a very speedy and good recovery. So this is just one example that these type of tests make a difference. And also, as you can see on your top right panel there, we could provide 13 more antibiotics than this hospital traditionally tests. And that really gives a better opportunity to tailor the treatment for any specific environment. So it makes a difference for individuals, not just the society. If we then move on and look into the presentation, I mean, we look at the market. We developed ASTar as a platform. We have released blood now as a first product, looking at sort of $1 billion addressable market, Europe, US, more or less. But we've already demonstrated data on isolates and in urines. Of course, in our long-range plan, looking at what products to follow, we are looking into that. And currently, isolate is on the top of our list to follow after blood. If we then move on and take the next slide in the presentation, of course, how do the system function in the field at real hospitals with real patients? So this is a result from a really large commercial evaluation performed by our partner, Thermo Fisher Scientific, multicentric study, around 500 samples tested, patient samples tested, which is a big number. And on the lower part, you can see that the results of this study was tremendous. We had an essential agreement, meaning that we provide the same result as a reference that was even higher than our CE mark. And I think that's the nature that in our CE mark, we challenged ASTar with some really difficult bacteria that you very rarely see. But of course, we want the system to be future-proof. But I think on the second to those line here, I think it's one of the most important part. You can see that on 98.7% of everything you loaded ASTar with, we could provide a result. So very high likelihood of investing in an ASTar test could give you the result for that specific patient. So really proud about that. And of course, this then serves as a traction in the market, in the commercial and sales funnel, of course. If we then move into the next slide, we have been focusing on ASTar today. I will spend the last sort of 5 minutes of my talk talking about our next technology. So Podler, it's called. And as I mentioned, for septic patients, you take a blood culture to detect presence of bacteria in the blood. But they need to be transported from the site of sampling. It could be an ER department. It could be a satellite hospital. And that transportation time for these critically ill patients takes too long in general today. So what if you could have a device that could start that diagnostic workflow immediately after you have taken the sample? The good part is that it could benefit every single one of these septic patients, but it can also sort of even out the score a little bit. So even if you're sick and have your sample taken at a small hospital, you can have the same level of care as if you are sick at a university hospital because you use time in transport. So if we take a look at the next slide, this is just some high-level data on what typical time does it take. On the upper part, it's more focused on that you're one hospital, but it depends on what time of the day or night or weekend the sample is taken. So if you're having your sample taken during the day shift, it takes around 2 hours to have the sample sent to the microlab, and that's probably okay. But if the sample is taken during the weekend or even during the night, we can see that it takes on average 6 to 13 hours for the sample to arrive. And this is from the same hospital. And if we then look at the lower part of the panel, where you can see today we have a lot of centralized labs because, of course, of cost savings. We can see that depending on the distance from the satellite hospital to lab, we have 17 kilometers, 22 kilometers, 2 examples from Sweden, 1 from the Netherlands. We can move up to the plus 12 hours of just wasting time for this patient group. So Podler could, of course, utilize all this time and provide the same level of care as for a centralized hospital taken daytime. So if we look at some data on the next slide, we have been doing extensive testing of Podler, and we can see that not only could we save the time in transport, but also compared to the traditional cabinets, in general, we're actually faster on detecting growth in these bottles. So I think very, very positive development. And what we're doing right now is moving together with a manufacturer. We're doing transfer of manufacturing from our prototypes to production-ready units. So this is something I really look forward to see the development of Podler and how it can actually, in my sense, transform this field. So then the question is, how big is this field? So if we look at the next slide, when we look at the market for blood culture, we can say that on average, if we just focus on Europe and US as a start, it's over $1.5 billion addressable market. But of course, and obviously, Europe and US are not the only one having struggles with this type of transportation. So if you look at Asia Pacific and rest of the world, we see this as a significantly sizable market. We have a completely unique technology to address that market with. So it's still in development, but I'm really happy about the future for that. If we then move into the end part of my presentation, I would just like to summarize ECCMID in Lisbon. Again, the biggest infectious disease conference, huge interest. I mean, first time people are meeting after the pandemic. We had our booth there, our partner Thermo Fisher Scientific also, of course, presented ASTar in their booth. And we had a very strong interest from many customers. We met all our targets we set up before the conference. So we came back, both companies, with a strong lead list, of course, trying to move them into opportunities and eventually, hopefully, sales. But we as a company could also present our next product for ASTar, the gram-positive panel, and received very, very good feedback on that. And Podler basically went viral. The interest for Podler was high and much higher almost than we anticipated. So very good and strong traction. And I think both teams from the companies left ECCMID with a very good feeling that we are developing a good product that really interests people. If we then move into second to last slide, this is just our way of looking at our technology and capabilities within infectious disease diagnostics. I mean, there are 3 main pillars, basically, from left to right: blood culturing, identification, susceptibility testing. I mean, susceptibility testing, we do have ASTar. That's on the market, and we try to extend the offering on ASTar. We have also illustrated our point-of-care platform for urinary tract samples, maybe in the 5-year scenario launch. For identification, we have absolutely unique technology to do a highly multiplex ID direct from venous blood. Again, it's a little bit, I would say, too disruptive. The market is not ready there, but it has been proven on patient with very good results. And then, of course, on the blood culture, we have Podler. So I think we as a company look with very positive signs on the future. I think we are having a very good opportunity to develop and grow with the market demands going forward. So with that, I will just have the next slide and pause and open up for questions. I think this is important. We develop our technology today, but with the rise of antimicrobial resistance, it's really important for the next generation to be able to have the same or similar care as we have. So with that, I would say thank you for my time and open up for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonas. I think we have time for a few questions, and I'll start on one on the sort of launch and commercialization of ASTar. I mean, we're slowly starting to see, you know, that you are starting to sell systems, and sales increased a bit here in Q1. But overall, just to get a view on sort of the midterm, how is the number of, I guess, evaluations or the general interest from customers developing at the moment?
Yeah, so I mean, what we did announce also in our Q1 report, we see that the sales cycle is around 9 months. So it's quite long and basically on par with our other colleagues in the field. Of course, we want to shorten that time because a lot of work we do now is for 2023 and so on. So we are sort of working well ahead of the commercial sales. But what we do see is we have a very large interest in customers that want to try the system in their lab, evaluate it, and before they take a decision to buy it. And I think that will be the case at this phase of the launch, that you want to test the instrument, see what it can deliver, see how it works in your lab, and then take a decision to purchase. So far, I think that has been a very good conversion rate. I'm happy with that. But we're also seeing that we are lacking some capacity together with our partner, Thermo Fisher Scientific, to really do the number of evaluation that we would like. So, of course, this is something to build up the capacity for. In general, it's positive that it's in that direction, that you have a bigger demand than you can currently meet. But, of course, you want to meet all demands.
No, I agree. And if we look into the US market, I mean, you mentioned the breakthrough designation, which surely should help you get that market cleared. But once you get the 510 clearance, how should we think about the potential sort of uptake curve in the US compared to the European market?
Yeah, I mean, what I think, and this is some speculation, what we've already seen actually is quite a big interest for hospitals in the US to try and test ASTar even before approval. Of course, that's not the sale, but I think that is better for having a running start. I think the overall sales cycles from university labs will be similar in the US as in Europe. But I would say the big change here is first of all, we have a year of traction in Europe, so the system is more well known. You have more commercial labs in the US, which do not have to go through tenders. So I do actually anticipate to see a little bit different adoption curve in the US. Also, in general, I would say US is more familiar to these automated systems. So my expectations would be to see a faster adoption rate when we do come to the US, in my opinion.
Okay, and if we look at the ASTar system, as you said, you can test or you have a very broad panel with 25 different antibiotics possible. Just wondering, to what extent is this a potential selling point for ASTar, also considering the increasing resistance problem we see here globally?
No, I think it's very important because, I mean, if you have a limited panel, as a lab, you do know that if you start the test, you will have to do follow-up on a number of patients. And that follow-up will be traditional and slow because that's the way the world is. So having a system, and when we also get feedback from customers that they really get a wealth of answers, I think that in the long run, it's going to be extremely important because today you do invest in new technology, and you want to be able to act for this patient group as fast as possible. So I think that value is just going to increase. And as you commented on, we have 25 now on the disk, but we still have some room to spare on the disk. So maybe that would even grow further into the future. So I think it's actually important. And when we see customers actually get these results back, it provides a broad answer, but also the possibility to tailor treatment. You can choose, if you have 2 antibiotics to choose from, you can choose the one with less side effects or low resistance settings in your hospital. So you provide even more nuances to tailor the treatment for any specific patient and location. So yeah, I think it's going to be very important actually.
Okay, and if we move on to Podler, I mean, it seems like the reception here at ECCMID recently was very good. And just looking forward, what is sort of the next step in terms of clinical evaluation or the regulatory pathway for that product?
So first of all, what we're doing now is, of course, also talking with the commercial strategy for that system. So, and that it's going to be important and might affect also the other 2 steps. But what we do want to do is test the system on patient as a first step. Then we are also really looking into exactly what level of certification is needed. It may not be a full-blown clinical trial that's needed to have that product approved. We, of course, need to do a patient study no matter what to show the customer that it works. And this has taken a little bit longer to decipher that. So in us, of course, one path will be quicker, but otherwise we will simply do a regulatory study as planned, and that will, in that case, happen in the US first and then move to Europe, I would say.
Okay, and lastly, just I mean, there has been some interesting transactions in the rapid AST space here over the last couple of months. I mean, on the one hand, I guess your peer in Uppsala, Astriego, being bought out by Sysmex, and then we also had Specific Diagnostics being bought by bioMérieux. So just overall, what's your view on these transactions and what's happening in the rapid AST space at the moment?
No, I think you're right. I think that the larger players are realizing, or have done for some time, the value of this, and they need to move their positions, because you can't be a large company in this area and not provide rapid AST in the future. I think you will not be as competitive. So I think it's an indication. First of all, it's a verification or validation that what we do is important. People actually care about it. And I think we see companies taking their strategic positioning forward. So I think it's starting of something that might develop further over the next years or so.
And could this be a indication that your relationship with Thermo Fisher would intensify?
I wouldn't like to comment on that right now. I think overall, big companies are moving their positions, but I don't think I would say anything more on that. Sorry, Jakob.
Okay, I totally understand that. That was all the question we had the time for today. So I would like to thank you for participating, Jonas.
Thank you very much. Thank you for also listening in, and thanks for good questions, Jakob.
Thanks.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to our next presentation. Up next is BICO, who actually reported their Q1 figures today. BICO is a life science tools company providing picks and shovels for healthcare megatrends such as personalized medicine and biologics. And with us today we have the CEO Erik Gatenholm and interim CFO Mikael Engblom. And with that, I hand over the word to you. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone who's calling in. We're excited to report our Q1 numbers today. And I think with positive energy and great excitement and optimism, we're really happy to see such great performance from the entire BICO team around the world. You can take next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we're providing information from our earnings call and from the report of our Q1. Next slide, please. The agenda today is to provide you more insight on how we're the future of life-saving treatments and what that entails. And we will be going through the group overview, commercial synergies, organic growth and profitability, discussing some of the financial summaries, key takeaways for the quarter, and also end with a Q&A session. Next slide, please. So I'd like to start by thanking the entire team, of course, for the tremendous efforts in Q1. It's been really great pleasure working with everyone, expanding our global market reach and continuing our growth story. We're on a really exciting journey together, and we're creating the future of life-saving treatments together with our customers. So it's with great excitement and gratefulness I can report these Q1 numbers. So building an organic revenue of 44% in 2021, which is above our intended target of 35%, we continue this trend now in 2022 with achieving 52% organic growth for the first quarter. So our top line is very robust. We have an adjusted EBITDA amounting to 6 million crowns, which corresponds to a margin of 1.3%. Our gross profit in the first quarter amounted to 352 million, which means the gross margin of 73.9%. So it reflects a change in sales mix compared to corresponding period last year. So with that, our goal is a positive EBITDA for the full year 2022, which we're right on track to achieve and is also well aligned with our financial targets. Next slide, please. Something new to notice this quarter and this year is that we're starting to report in our business areas and the organizational structure and architecture that we started to build last year in 2021 with all the exciting acquisitions that we did. This is full in line with our strategy, and we're really excited to start highlighting some of the numbers and the performance from each of these business areas. The establishment of these business areas is an integral part of our strategy moving forward, as these are the hosting or the integration place for many of the acquired entities that we're putting into the group. The companies within these business areas are primarily focusing on commercial synergies and providing technologies and products together to their end users. And really the focus now moving forward is to establish stronger integration, establish stronger collaboration and commercial synergies between these companies, and also then, of course, at a later point, focus on any bolt-on acquisitions or smaller acquisitions that may fit into the existing companies. Next slide, please. As I previously mentioned, the integration of acquisitions is our primary focus at the moment, and really focus heavily on the commercial synergies, and really do so within these three business areas of bioprinting, biosciences, and bioautomation. So something worth mentioning is, in order to support our global integration effort, we have expanded and improved our financial organization with improved reporting processes, and we've strengthened with a few different finance functions, such as welcoming on board our interim CFO, Mikael Engblom, VP of Finance, Tommy Nicholson, as well as our Senior Vice President and Head of IR, Åsa Hillsten. We're really excited to having these members on board. We believe that along with our improved strategy towards profitability, as well as with these individuals on board, we're confident we'll be able to move towards our target. Another thing that's worth mentioning is On the commercial synergy side of things, our lead sharing portal, which we established only last year in September 2021, has already generated over 100 leads shared between the business areas and more than $1 million in revenue. And this is simply a lead sharing program where the companies and the sales representatives in the different companies can share some of their customers between each other to ensure that we can achieve good synergy effects. Next slide, please. Another example of commercial synergies that we're very proud of is the first sale of our C-Station system. And the C-Station is a really exciting product. It's a beautiful example of our convergence strategy where we're combining some of the great technologies that we offer within the group, and especially with automation software from our recently acquired company, BioZero. So this unique platform offers an automated workflow for single-cell cloning and transfected cells to select high-producing clones and upscaling. The first sale was to a European gene therapy company, so a really exciting customer base, and we're looking forward to expanding this product along with many complementary products and even in the automation offering. Next slide, please. We're continuing to see strong demand for our products and across the portfolios, and our technical teams have done a great job positioning the company's products well in line with customers' demands, both of today as well as tomorrow. And something worth highlighting is, of course, the recent partnership with Bruker and Thermo Fisher Scientific, where we see strong interest in our omics offering and our single-cell technologies, which are perfectly positioned to deliver on the needs in terms of sample preparation. Proteomics is an exciting, relatively new area in the field of multiomics, and we see that there is a great demand for this type of technologies around the world to try to understand the proteome better and to get more insight on a cellular level and a protein level. So we're excited to be positioned strongly with a sample preparation technology and platform that can enable our customers to be successful within this area. We also continue to see publications being generated by highly regarded institutions. This is an important aspect and kind of proof and highlighting our innovative level of our offering. And we also believe that this is also nice proof of the value being generated by the use of our products. Next slide, please. Looking at the organic growth, as I mentioned, we're extremely proud to report organic growth of 52% for the group and total growth of 268% for Q1. So during Q1, another exciting commercial synergies that we attended one of our most important conferences together, SLAS. This was in Boston this year. And it's a global laboratory automation conference where actually 8 of our daughter companies were represented in one BICO conference booth, exhibiting our broad bioconvergence products portfolio. As I also previously mentioned, we're now starting to report our business areas, and we're really satisfied to report strong organic growth across all of these areas. So biosciences is reporting 88% organic growth, bioprinting is reporting 42% organic growth, and bioautomation is reporting 30% organic growth. Next slide, please. Looking at the geographical spread of our products and sales, we continue to see strong demand for our products essentially all around the world, but we're extra excited to see continued strong demands in the US, which is our most important market. We're also seeing an uptick in demand for our systems and products in APAC, which is a very high priority for us. And we've made great progress in expansion in China. So we continue to see the importance for further expansion in China in 2022 and beyond. And we're really excited to see some progress in the right direction. Next slide, please.
Yeah, and I will take you through some of the key financials. So as Eric mentioned, the organic growth was 52% during the quarter, whereof the strengthening of the US dollar in relation to SEK contributed with about 5 percentage points of that. The EBITDA margin was minus 4.1%, in line with the previously announced preliminary results. The bioautomation business area contributed with an EBITDA of 6.2 million, corresponding to a margin of 4.4%. The biosciences business area contributed with an EBITDA of 10.2 million, corresponding to a margin of 4.8%. And the third business area, bioprinting, reported an EBITDA of -4.9 million, corresponding to a margin of -4.0%. The adjusted EBITDA was 1.3%, and I will take you through the adjustments on the next page. Cash flow from we can
go back, please.
Go back on, please, and we'll come to that in a second. Cash flow from operating activities amounted to 69.2 million, of which 58.6 million was attributed to inventory build-up during the quarter. So it was -69 million, whereof -58 was then the inventory build-up. This is planned and intends to reduce the risk of delivery disruptions and price adjustments that the group sees with subcontractors. Capital tied up in operating receivables decreased slightly during the quarter as a result of payments from the seasonally strong fourth quarter. And during 2022, the financial focus areas are growing into the cost base by combining the organic growth with cost control. For example, through a more cautious recruitment base. Another priority is to reduce accounts receivable through, for example, improved collection process. Furthermore, a focus area is to improve the internal reporting and financial planning. One important activity to achieve this is the implementation of the new ERP system, which we are in the process of implementing. Next page, please. So the EBITDA was -19 million, and as in the previous report, we present an adjusted EBITDA for comparison, which is then 6 million, plus 6 million. So the key adjustments include the cost for the option program, acquisition and integration cost, and the cost for the new ERP system. Next page, please. So a few words on the gross result. Gross profit in the first quarter amounted to 352 million, which meant a gross margin of 73.9%, compared to 77.3% in the same quarter last year. The gross margin is slightly higher than the average for 2021. In Q1 2021, the gross margin was higher, mainly as a result of a high share of service revenue in that quarter. Next page, please.
Thank you, Michael. As mentioned today and in the report, we continue to see strong demand and strong organic growth across the world and across all business areas. And we're well aligned to cater to the demands for our bioconvergence products, and we're advancing our commercial strategy through market expansions and commercial synergies. We're focusing on profitability, and we have strengthened the internal organization with the right people in the right place and appropriate strategies to deliver on this plan. I'd like to once again take the time to thank the entire team for the tremendous efforts in Q1 and continuing forward. It has also been a true pleasure working with everyone and expanding our global market reach and really continuing our growth story. So we're thankful for all shareholders, investors, and of course for their continued support on this journey ahead. Next slide, please. So with that being said, we're committed to our vision and mission, which is to be the future of life-saving treatments. We're reducing the organ shortage and speed up drug development by providing accessible life science solutions that combine biology and technology, so to say, our bioconvergence strategy. With that, thank you so much for your time. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for that, Eric, and thanks for the presentation. If we start on the cost base and the new segment reporting, I mean, you separated out the group central costs, which I believe were around 30 million in the quarter. Could you just touch upon what those are and how you expect them to develop throughout the year and the coming years?
Yeah, I can answer that, Jacob. Yes, I mean, this is a central cost related to running a public company, like cost associated with the stock market and audits and things like that. It's also a cost for the group management, and there are some central costs that we've been taking for ERP system and things like that. When it comes to the cost base moving forward, We don't foresee any material changes to that going forward. So we believe that the first quarter cost base is a stable cost base. Of course, there will be some variations, but we think it's a stable cost base going forward when it comes to that.
Then, I mean, if we look at on the other side, then the sort of underlying EBITDA margin in the quarter for the operating units was around 6%, I believe. And I mean, my impression following your business here is that Q1 is usually the weakest quarter. I mean, looking forward, isn't it reasonable to assume that we might even see a higher margin here in the coming quarters?
I mean, our target is to have a positive EBITDA result for the full year, and that is what we are planning to achieve. And that would, of course, imply that we will have higher margins in the coming quarters in order to achieve that, since the margin was -4% in the first quarter.
Okay. And then you mentioned, I mean, that you're working on overall improving the profitability and the cash flow. So can you just highlight some, initiatives you are doing to increase margins and also the working capital?
Yeah, when it comes to profitability, the most important priority is to have cost control now. So we are increasing the cost at a slower pace than we're increasing revenue. So we're obviously continue to scale up the business to support the increased demand and sales, but we are trying to do that in a way so we can increase the fixed cost at a slower pace than the revenue in order for us to gain economies of scale and increase the EBITDA margin. So that's the key priority on the profitability side. On the working capital side, it's about accounts receivable, and we're looking into both terms when it comes to credit terms to customers, and we're also looking into the collection process to see how we can strengthen that and get paid quicker from our customers.
And on the working capital side or accounts receivable, what you have done thus far, I mean, how is the reception from customers, for example, if you are, decreasing the payment terms?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a trade-off when we have that, and we have to take this case by case when it comes to the terms. When it comes to the collection process, it's more of a standardized process that you have in place, and it's about having a good, structured process on the reminders and collections and things like that.
Okay, and if we move on to maybe questions more on the sales, I mean, lots of focus on margins and profitability and so on at the moment, but I mean, you delivered once again a very solid sales figure with the 52% organic growth. So, I mean, for someone that's not that familiar with BICO, can you just sort of high level describe what is driving this exceptional growth in your company?
So, what's really driving the growth is the fact that the products that we're offering across the board are essential pieces in sample preparation for analysis or the development of new drugs or compounds or treatments, and that's essentially creating a very good and stable foundation for the business to stand upon. So with these types of technologies, we're taking a fundamental role in a lot of these sample preparation processes that customers are really asking and requesting for.
And as an example of that, you mentioned proteomics and which I mean is sort of on the frontier of the molecular diagnostics. Where are you in the rollout of that offering, and has that started to contribute anything yet?
Absolutely. So we're starting to see an uptick of both interest and demand, but also sales of products for this type of sample preparation. Our part in that proteomic sample prep process is really the single cell sorting aspect, where we're using our cell-in-one system to offer a very efficient and high cell viability based single cell sorting process. And that, coupled together with, for instance, Bruker's mass spec systems or Thermo Fisher systems, provides a really nice setup and a workflow for customers around the world that want to explore or work with proteomics.
Okay, and I mean, right towards the end of 2021, you made quite a substantial acquisition in Biozero. Just now 1 quarter with them with you. How has the integration gone and the collaboration?
Very well. Very well. We're really excited to have Biozero on board. They're excellent colleagues. We feel like we've been together for a very long time. It's a natural integration and fit. As I mentioned on the C station, for instance, that was a project that was already started before the acquisition, where we're exploring synergies between their automation software and our hardware technologies. So it's a natural fit. It was a very important acquisition. We see that it's going to be a strong driver for our growth over the next coming years, as well as our profitability. It also gives us a seat at the table with the pharmaceutical companies from a different perspective. We want to serve these amazing pharmaceutical companies with great technologies and products, and we want to be a bigger part of their business. And the only way to do that is by offering a more complete workflow or a package of products that are together connected through an automation software.
Okay, interesting. And I mean, you mentioned the growth in APAC and China in the quarter. I mean, just considering the development we've seen there over the past weeks or month with the lockdowns, and also I know that Cytina took on a quite substantial order from China recently. Just how are you viewing the development in that market, and what can it mean for the near-term financials?
So from a BICO level, we did some expansion into China. We've expanded the last couple of months, both with personnel as well as locations, to ensure that we can have boots on the ground and be one step closer to our customers. Our goal as a company is to always be close to our customers and users, and whether that's through direct sales channels and boots on the ground, or if it's through very close collaborations through distributors that represent us, either way needs to make sure that it leads to our end goal. And I think the expansion into China is coming at a critical time. We're seeing lockdowns, we're seeing delays in China, and in terms of both expansion, but also in components. At this time, we haven't seen, in terms of the BICO perspective, any significant challenges from those types of delays, but we're hearing from a macroeconomical effect and from other companies that there's definitely a challenging environment and something to monitor. In terms of expansion in China, again, we've had locations previously, but now we've been able to expand more companies from the group into those locations.
Okay, interesting. And just as a final question on financial targets, I mean, you have the target of growing 35% organically and the positive EBITDA margin, which I feel like you are well on track to achieve this year. But those targets expired this year, and I mean, can we get some insight into the thought process on new targets and potentially also the timing of announcement of new targets?
Yeah, gladly. So again, these targets, they're still in effect until the end of the year. So we're anticipating to operate according to those targets. And as you said, we're well on track on both the profitability side, but also on the organic growth side of things, which is very exciting. And we're excited as a company to be able to have such a great start of the year. In terms of new financial targets, we don't have anything in place. We will be deciding on something throughout the year, and we'll be communicating on new types of targets as soon as those are determined. With that being said, of course, we have been in discussions over the last couple of years in terms of profitability, continuing the growth journey. So those are all aspects that come into play when deciding the new targets.
Okay, that was all the questions from me. Thank you, Eric, Mikael, and all on the BICO team.
Thank you so much for having us. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks. Okay, welcome back. Next up, we have Bioworks and their CEO, Jonathan Royce. Bioworks is a small, exciting company that sells chromatography resins for purification in the pharmaceutical production, with exposure to interesting areas such as peptides, gene therapy, and viral vectors. And with that, I hand over the word to the CEO, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here today. I'll just say that I also have with me our CFO, David Nylander. He's going to be with me and answer some of the questions at the end. But I'll give a short introduction to the company and how our product, as well as the market that we serve, and then I'll talk a little bit about the performance through the end of last year and give a little update after the first quarter of this year. So Bioworks, for those who don't know us, we are a company who produces a raw material that is considered to be an essential raw material for the production of biological molecules. That material is called chromatography resin. This is a material that is used in essentially the manufacture of all biopharmaceutical products. And it is the material that takes the drug substance from a mixture of various proteins to the actual pure drug substance that's then administered to a patient. So our product is essentially the material that's used to purify the drug substance and make sure that a patient, when they receive a therapy, actually receives just the therapy and not something else along with it. As such, an investment in Bioworks is really an investment in a really large number of drug projects. We have now hundreds of customers that are evaluating our products and a handful that are already in manufacturing operations using our product. And that means that we essentially allow investors to participate in the biopharma market, but at a lower risk profile, because our success is not dependent on a single molecule making it to market, but rather we are working with this large palette of projects underneath us. We also start to generate revenue much earlier in a drug substance's life cycle. So we start to produce or start to deliver material even during clinical manufacturing. And there's a natural scale up that happens at each step in the clinical evaluation process that I'll talk about a little bit later when I talk about our sales cycle. Today, Bioworks has a global customer base that's growing in all markets. We serve the market in two different ways. So we have direct sales in the US and Europe. We have a team of 7 salespeople now that are working for us, 3 in the US and 3 in Europe, and then an inside sales representative as well who helps prospect and find new customers. And then we have a broad distributor network in Asia and Eastern Europe that we work with essentially to serve those markets with local support, and also because in some of those markets there are also language barriers that the distributors can really help us with. And today our sales are growing in all of these markets, although this year I could say that the US is the market that's growing the fastest for us. So definitely we're seeing a lot of return on the investments that we made in direct sales force in the US. We are a company that works very hard with our recruiting processes, and we try to make sure that we have really experts in each of the roles that we have in the organization. Today, the Bioworks team is 43 full-time employees. The majority sit here in Sweden, in Uppsala. But as I said before, we also have a commercial sales organization that sits out close to our customer base. We have an experienced management team and board of directors, many who come from either the life sciences industry themselves, working directly for companies that are producing therapies, or working for companies that are supplying to those drug manufacturers. And we have a quite specialized sales team, both specialized sales team and headquarter team. Today, about a third of our employees have received their PhDs in their respective fields. So it's quite a specialized organization that we've built to support our products. Our strategic focus has been and continues to be on 4 main areas where we know that our products are highly competitive, and we also see that there is a relatively open playing field, either for us to build a market for our products or to establish ourselves as one of the leading players. And those 4 areas are peptides, which is a drug class that's growing very rapidly today. Almost the growth rate of the peptide market is today just around 10%, so it's slightly ahead of the overall biopharmaceutical market. And peptides are really gaining a lot of focus because they are a synthesized biological, so they're quite easy to change in their structure, and they're not dependent on specific cell lines to produce them. A very close linked group of products is our oligonucleotides. Peptides are chains of amino acids. Oligonucleotides are chains of the base pairs that make up DNA. And this is also an area where we see that there is a relatively open playing field for Bioworks, and we also have products that perform very well in this market. And especially in the oligo market, we see a lot of opportunities for customers to reduce their environmental footprint by using a product that's based on the material that our resins are made of, called agarose, and start to move away from more traditional techniques which require organic solvents in the purification. The third class of molecules that we're focused on are virus-based therapies. So this includes things like influenza vaccines, but also the vectors that are used in gene therapy projects. So we have an ongoing collaboration project with a company in the UK now to develop resin specifically for those viral vector applications. And then finally, we do a lot of customization of products. We can do small customizations where we make minor changes to our standard products to serve specific customer needs. Or we can do even full-on custom specified projects where a customer comes to us and says, we would like this resin made to this specification. Can you do this for us? And we bring that into first into our development team and then eventually validate that process into our manufacturing. Bioworks is a company that's very well positioned to scale. We have a strong pipeline of customers, as I spoke of earlier. We also have a very strong quality management system based on ISO 9001:2015. We've had that system now for 3 years. So we just recently, early this year, went through our recertification process, which happens every third year. We received very high marks from our ISO auditor Intertek on the company's maturity, especially in relation to the size of the company. And we sit in a very nice facility in Uppsala. It's a former GMP small molecule manufacturing facility that was owned by Biovitrium at one point. We've taken over the facility, including the manufacturing operations, and we have quite a bit of room to continue to scale our manufacturing in that facility over the next foreseeable future. Bioworks is a company and an organization that works very hard on our both internal culture and the culture that we present to our customers. And I won't go into detail about this now, just time is a little bit short, but really these 4 points that you see on this slide are the basis for everything we do. It's about how we engage with customers, the care that we show to both customers and each other as employees, our ability to craft these kind of custom solutions that really meet unmet needs in the market. And through these 3 behaviors that we expect that we will continue to grow quite expansively over the next few years. Our product is called Work Beads. This is a next generation chromatography resin that's based on a material called agarose. Agarose is a carbohydrate that comes from a naturally sourced material called agar, which is extracted from a type of algae that's farmed out in the ocean. What we do with agar is we first emulsify it into small beads. These beads are highly porous, which is really why they're so suitable to protein separations. And then after the emulsification process, we harden the beads through a method called cross-linking. And cross-linking is a method where you create small chemical bridges between the carbohydrate chains in the beads to stabilize them and create this hardness that allows them to be used in large-scale biopharmaceutical manufacturing. And this production method that we use is based on a patent that we own. The patent covers a few different aspects of our production. One is that we start with this material called agar. Most companies start with the processed sugar from agar called agarose, but we start with the one step closer to the natural source. And then our cross-linking chemistry that we use to create this hardness in the beads is unique in that we use shorter and more chemical bridges between the carbohydrate strands than what competitors do, which results in a stiffer construction in our beads. And stiffer construction means that you can use smaller beads, which have higher capacity for proteins and also enable faster operations in manufacturing because small beads allow the proteins need to diffuse through a shorter distance to get into the beads than what happens in a large bead. And just as a little analogy, as you see on this slide, if you look at the 2 sort of pictures of a piece of cardboard, this is a cross-section of a piece of cardboard that you see on this slide next to the drawings of the chemical structure. The construction on the right, which is our construction, has these many small bridges between the 2 sheets of paper that make up the wall of a piece of a cardboard box, for example. And in the middle of the slide, you see the more traditional way of doing this, which is that you create fewer and longer chains between those 2 walls of the box structure. And you can imagine that you can probably imagine that the structure on the left, the middle left of this slide, is a much softer construction than the one on the right. And this is essentially exactly what happens in our beads, but at a chemical level. So once we have the beads, what happens is we deliver them to customers and they pack them in an instrument that's called a chromatography column. I usually describe a chromatography column like a French coffee press, but it has the filter on both sides. So you press the beads into a bed between two stiff filter materials. They're called frits. And then you apply your sample to the column. And in this case, the picture you see here, the beads we've modified with a chemical that gives them a negative charge. And we have a protein mixture that includes both positively and negatively charged proteins. And when you apply this mixture to the chromatography column, what happens is that the positively charged substances bind to the column and the negatively charged substances flow through the column. And this is essentially how chromatography resins produce a very highly pure effluent. There are many different ways that we can modify the beads. So today I think we have essentially 7 categories of chromatography resins where we've imparted different properties to the beads to allow them to separate proteins based on various differences that they have in their structure or charge, or even the amount of, for example, fatty surfaces that they have or fatty areas they have on the surface of the protein. So normally what happens is a customer will combine multiple steps of chromatography into their purification operations. And through this orthogonal approach, they will end up with a very highly purified drug substance. And ideally, they will also achieve a very high yield of the substance. So they want to get as much purity as possible with as little loss as possible in the manufacturing process. Bioworks has been very focused on the biopharmaceutical industry over the last 5 years, and this is a decision that we made approximately in conjunction with our listing on the NASDAQ stock market. So chromatography resins are used in lots of different applications, including food manufacturing and industrial separations, but we've decided to really focus on this industry, partially because we see that there's very good growth here, but also because we have invested quite a bit in the characterization of our products, and that characterization work has resulted in an ability to deliver what are called regulatory support files to our customers, which is really a requirement to play in the pharmaceutical space. The biopharmaceutical space is also less price sensitive than other more commoditized markets for these types of resins. And we see that there is a real need in the market today for more players that are willing to deliver these types of products into the biopharm space. Today, there are approximately 10 companies that are delivering these types of products globally to the pharmaceutical market, and there's definitely a large draw from customers to have more alternatives. I mentioned before that chromatography is an essential step in the production of biopharmaceuticals, and here you can see a diagram that shows how the production process looks. From this step that says capture, this is the first chromatography operation. So the first half of the process is really a biological operation where the protein is produced, and then what has to happen is the protein then needs to be purified. In the industry, we call this downstream processing. And downstream processing is a combination of filtration steps and chromatography steps to achieve this target purity. And there are normally 3 to 5 chromatography steps in any normal pharmaceutical operation. And Bioworks has a very broad portfolio of products that can really serve any one of these steps or multiple steps in a chromatography process. So our goal from a sales perspective is to really get our products designed into each of the steps that occur in a downstream purification process. So just a summary of last year. Last year was a very expansive year for the company. We approximately tripled our sales and grew our order book even faster than that. This has been due to a number of new production customers that we've added to our portfolio, as well as a lot of work to bring our development customers into what we call scale up. And I'll talk a little bit about this categorization of customers later. Operating profit last year was approximately flat, and this was according to plan. So our goal during last year was to grow sales and to reinvest our additional revenue into the organization and into our facility as well to make sure that we stay ahead of customer need in terms of production capacity. So you can see on the bottom here that we added about 12 employees over last year, most of them in commercially facing roles, but also some production personnel as well to keep up with customer demand. And This has been given us a very good starting point for 2022, which is now the year where we're going to work very hard to continue to grow our revenue and hold costs relatively stable, so we start to take bigger steps towards profitability. Historically, and we continue to present our customer base in terms of these categories that I show here. So we have categorized customers into three main groups. We have development customers that are evaluating our technology. We have scale-up customers who have moved into larger scale operations but are still working primarily in an R&D environment. And then we have production customers who are using our products either in the production of commercially launched products or in at least regulated GMP manufacturing. So this can be clinical production as well. And you can see here that we've continued to grow this customer base year over year in all categories. And one of the most important things for us in terms of our sales cycle is also to see that there's a progression of customers from the development phase to scale up and then from scale up to production. And the reason this is so important is because production customers are where we really start to see rapid revenue growth. So last year we added 5 new production customers to our portfolio who contributed an additional 9 million SEK in revenue. So we increased sales last year by approximately 15 million SEK, and of that 15 million, 9 came from these 5 new customers. So this is extremely important to us that we continue to see growth on the production side, because those customers are the ones who consume the largest volume of product from us. We also saw our scale-up revenue grow from just under 1 million SEK to over 1.5 million SEK. So we see good progression in that category as well, and I think that is that bodes well for continued growth on the production side during this year. Just a few other KPIs that I'll mention about last year. So we saw good growth in our average selling price. So this is the average price that we sell a liter of resin for. Our portfolio consists of products that span a roughly 10x range in terms of their unit price. And one of our focuses on the commercial side is to try to drive an additional sales of our higher value products, because that drives revenue faster than it drives the need for additional production capacity. And we succeeded with that last year, and our plan is to continue to grow that average selling price this year by at least 20%. We've also seen a growth in what we call design-in formats. This is the smallest size product that we pack, which is really the volume that customers normally do their initial evaluation of us with. And growth in these design-in formats is also should be a very good leading indicator of future sales, as the more customers we get who are evaluating our products at small scale, the higher probability we have that we're going to follow with them into their production scale. And then average order value, we saw our average order value over the last 4 years has grown very nicely, on average 27% per year. Last year it grew it grew by about 90%, so it was almost a doubling in average order value. And this is, skeptics might think, oh, maybe you had fewer orders last year, but we actually had more orders last year as well. So it's growth in orders, but also in the value of each order that we process in our customer service team. So our sales cycle looks like this. This is just a model of 2 sort of typical processes we might sell into. One is a relatively low volume project, another is a higher volume project. And our sales target is the beginning of this journey that you see on the left-hand side of this slide. So we are selling into laboratories that are designing manufacturing processes for preclinical and phase 1 manufacturing, with the goal to get our products locked into those manufacturing processes as they proceed into phase 2 and phase 3. And this can be a relatively long sales cycle, although we've seen in recent years it's starting to shorten based on some regulatory pathways for drug companies that makes this a bit easier for them. And you can see that there's a very sort of exponential growth in the sales as we move with the customer into these later stage processes. And that's really what we are why we're working so hard to continue to grow this customer base that we have in the evaluation phase. Financially, the company is quite secure. We did a capital raise in November of last year and brought in about 85 million SEK, which we expect will carry us to the point of profitability. And we now have 10 individuals who own almost 50% of the company. These are long-term investors that we have good relationships with. So we feel quite confident about the financial position of the company, which is reassuring to many of our investors, but also, of course, to our customers as well. Moving forward, our focus is on 3 main areas. One is to capitalize on supply shortages that exist in the industry. We see that lead times from established players are very long, and that creates a lot of tailwind for companies like Bioworks as people look for alternatives. We're going to continue to drive our average selling price during this year and try to grow revenue faster than the need for more production capacity. And then longer term, our plan is to expand into new applications like these gene therapy projects that we mentioned earlier. First quarter of this year has been very good. We grew sales by about 135%, and we've continued to grow our backlog during the first quarter of the year as well. It was up 22%, so we expect to close the first half of this year on a quite positive note. And we are just about to launch a new product line, which is our pre-packed format. We've talked about this in some other presentations. This is essentially a convenience packaging for customers that takes a lot of preparative steps out of their hands, allows us to deliver a more turnkey solution, and also allows us to drive our average selling price quite attractively up because customers are more than willing to pay for someone else to do these non-value adding operations that they normally otherwise would have to do in expensive production facilities. So this will add a span of 10 new column sizes to our portfolio and several hundred new article numbers. And we have high expectations that this will be a very successful launch as we see there's a large customer draw for these products right now. So with that, I will stop and welcome David up here as well with me. And
hello.
We're happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that very exciting presentation. I think I'll start with a question on your business model, which is what I think is really attractive, where you attract the customers at the evaluation stage, and then they sort of secure the functioning of the process, and then you can grow with them into the commercial stage. But can you go into maybe some more details on, let's say, conversion rates from, I guess, leads, evaluation customers to scale up into the commercial stage?
Sure. Yeah, so I'll say the first category that we have, which we call these development customers, I think it's roughly over 500 customers today. Some of those customers are academic labs. They are labs that are doing things like sample preparation. They will always stay at small scale. So it's approximately a third of those customers that we estimate have the potential to scale up products and then move into production. Then there's always going to be somewhat of a natural attrition of customers because some of these are clinical projects and not every clinical project makes it all the way to the market. So we need approximately, you can say for everything that goes into phase one, we need approximately 10 phase one projects to make our way into production. I think that the biggest challenge we have as a company is still our customer awareness of Bioworks products. So we tend to perform very well when we can get our products into customers' hands and get them to evaluate in the lab. So what we're working on probably hardest from the marketing standpoint right now is driving more awareness of us as a quality supplier and really giving customers the confidence that they want to test us when they have the next opportunity to do so. And that's a long-term work, but I think we're definitely moving the needle there. So we're starting to see a lot more customers that are coming to us than us having to sort of search after customers.
Okay, and I guess, I mean, once a customer takes a product into the commercial phase, they rarely like to change the process, and that should probably lead to recurring revenues for you. So could you say anything about like potential revenue potential of a successful partner product in the commercial stage?
Yeah, I don't know. Can people still see the slides if I go back, or?
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just go back to this slide here. So, this is essentially a model on this business model slide, but here we've modeled a couple different projects, and you can say, this sort of high volume project, that's a project that could generate 15 million crowns in revenue per year for us. Smaller projects might be more on the range of 1 to 2 million crowns. I usually say the single largest order I've ever seen in this industry for a single project that was for resins was for $32 million US. And I'm not promising any investors that Bioworks is going to take a $32 million order tomorrow, but there's definitely the potential for that in the future because I've seen it happen previously. So.
Okay, and just, I mean, as you said, you're currently more focusing on, getting the awareness of Bioworks, and I mean, when I look at your development, you're still a very small company, but it seems like something really happened last year, that sales really took off. So what is that? Why is it that we're seeing, things taking off now?
I think really the number one biggest factor in that has been that we've decentralized our sales organization and moved the commercial resources out into the markets that we serve. We were previously trying to serve the global market primarily from Sweden, and that was bit of a tough strategy from the beginning, which got compounded by the pandemic. And so in 2020, we made a decision to start to invest in employees outside of Sweden and really have the commercial resources very close to the customers in those. Also, it helps in certain markets that they speak the customer's mother tongue. Many people in this industry speak English, but most people prefer to speak their own language anyway. And that's been also, I think, really key to having this local support there at the customer site and not doing everything remotely. So there are other factors as well, but I would say that's been the number one.
Okay, and just a final quick question. I know we're running out of time, but just update us on sort of the path to profitability.
You want to take that one?
Sure. I mean, as I see it, with the resources we have, both in terms of the capital we raised and also the resources in terms of personnel and products, we can reach profitability just organically in not too long time frame. If we see opportunities to reach it faster than we're planning, we would obviously look into that as well. I mean, there could be certain small acquisitions we can make that when we find an interesting IP which we could leverage with our sales organization and our quality system. Other than that, I mean, we can reach the profitability organically with the resources and the organization we have today. And we're in a good place to do that.
Okay, that's good to hear. I think that was all the time we had, so I'd like to thank you both for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll soon have bone support up next.
Hello and welcome back. And what a pleasure to have BONESUPPORT and CEO Emil Billbäck and CFO Håkan with us here today on this important day. And you announced the FDA approval for CERAMENT this morning, and the share is up nearly 40%. So of course, very happy that you're taking a break from celebrations to do this presentation with us. So massive congratulations, and I'll leave the floor over to you guys directly for the presentation.
Thank you so much, Eric. Well, it's first of all, of course, it's a great pleasure to be here, and especially a day like this, it's even a greater pleasure. As you said, we received FDA approval early this morning, or almost last night, and we were just out in the lunch break room and had a small sip of champagne, actually, very tiny though. So with this presentation actually that I submitted 2 days ago, there's a few things that have changed, but I will cover that verbally instead of trying to rush into a new presentation. So bear with me, and a day of celebration for us. We feel, of course, incredibly proud to be a small company in the south of Sweden with such a breakthrough technology and spearhead Swedish research that has now made its way to the US market as the first ever in its class. So I will comment a little bit more on this. If you help me go to the first slide, please. So in this presentation, there are some disclaimers. I think everyone can read those later if you want to have a view on what we state or not state about the future and how we are positioning ourselves against that. But just as a very brief introduction to the company before we get into the really good parts. The company is completely centered around bone healing and repairing injuries in the skeleton. The company was founded some 15 years ago by a team of clinicians and scientists at the Lund University hospitals. And they started the company because they felt that the treatment options available to address these rather difficult situations were absolutely insufficient. We are in commercial phase since 2012, and our sales has increased rapidly. It's on a 12-month basis, last 12 months, 230 million Swedish krona, and despite the influence from the pandemic, grown with 30%. We operate on attractive and fast-growing market worth $1.3 billion. And as I mentioned, the historical standard of care has been in place for the last 200 to 300 years. Actually, it hasn't changed much, which means you transplant bone from somewhere else in the body. And what we have done differently in our approaches is a synthetic product that completely mimics natural healing. So we'll go to the next slide. I would like to share just a few words on the work mechanism because it ties very much into the FDA decision that I will speak more about. So let me first explain the title of this chart. It's definitely a mouthful, but what it basically means is that the product, when it is injected in the body, is in a paste form. And after 15 minutes, it has become completely hard and is basically solidifying the injury, holding the injury together. And then it is remodeled in 2 stages or 2 phases. And through these 2 stages, antibiotic is eluted directly at the site of the injury to prevent bacterial growth or to eradicate bacteria that might be on the site. The product consists of the same bioceramic material that your skeleton is normally built of. So we're the first company ever that have made a synthetic product which mimics natural bone. And the beauty is also that, of course, that it comes in a paste form, so you can shape it the way you want to, and if you inject it, it will form itself after the cavity where you inject it. When the 2 phases have passed in terms of remodeling, there is nothing left of CERAMENT, our product. Everything has been replaced by native bone. Because in this process, the bone forming cells climb onto the material and resorb it at the same pace that they're building new bone. But what's even more fascinating, if you look to the right graph here, this is the logarithmical scale measuring concentrations of gentamicin. Gentamicin is a very potent antibiotics, which is commonly used for orthopedic indications. The red line shows the minimal concentration you need to have to be certain to eradicate the bacteria that might have infected the wound and the bone. And the blue line shows the concentration you get of gentamicin when you use it in CERAMENT as a pre-mixed paste. You can see that the concentration is a couple of thousand, or actually 1,000 times higher than the minimal concentration needed. Then it's dropping over time, but even after 30 days, it's significantly higher than what is required. So you get a very, very effective dose of antibiotic, protecting the natural healing. And this happens without any systemic side effects. There's a lot of clinical studies made on the product, and that has also paved the way for us to get FDA approval. So what I will do now is I will show also one clinical study. If you go to the next slide, let's just look to the right to the graph. This is a study made on 80 patients that has been part of a traffic accident. Normally, patients like this have an infection rate up to 52%, and 16% suffer through an amputation. Now, these patients treated with CERAMENT G, which is the product that just got approved in the US, the infection dropped to 1.3%, and the amputations dropped to 5%, which is quite miraculous result, of course, if you think about all the suffering that is involved with getting your legs amputated. If you go to the next slide, you will see our sales development over the recent 8 years, actually, with sales depicted in LTMs every quarter. Now, what I want to show with this slide is, since we went commercial, we've had a very rapid sales growth. It shows that the physicians have a high preference for our product. There is a blip on the curve. That's when we changed a distributor in the US. We have now a very solidified and well-penetrated distribution setup in the US, where we can control the sales process. So we invoice directly to customers and have full insight and knowledge where the product is used and how it's used. You can also see that we have been influenced by the pandemic, like every orthopedic companies, of course. When the surgical volumes go down, naturally also our sales has gone down. Now, why are we so happy with receiving the FDA approval? Well, look first at Europe. Europe on the slide is red and orange. Red, antibiotic product, orange, base product without antibiotic. The red bar is about 5 times bigger than the orange bar. And so that's the ratio that we also can potentially anticipate for the US. And the blue bar that you see for the US, well, that's only the base product, because the antibiotic product was approved actually only last night. So this is why we're so excited. Let's go to the next slide and take a look at the US market more in detail. So the US market consists of about 360,000 procedures a year, where the surgeon addresses bone injuries that does not heal by itself. There's always a surgical intervention which is required for this, and it has a market value of $350 million. 50,000 of these procedures take place with patients that have an infection. And if you hit now the button, Eric, there should be an animation maybe that comes. There it is. Beautiful. So here, of course, I have to modify the slide. It says CERAMENT G de novo application. It should say now CERAMENT G de novo approval. This is the segment where we got approval last night, and it represents about $100 million in current money. But our product will be much more sophisticated and also much more expensive than the current products. So in CERAMENT value, the market opportunity here is about $200 million. There's also a market slot here in like a bit paler purple color. This is 90,000 procedures and $112 million. This is the segment where local antibiotics is used, but there is no sign of infection. So it's done in a preventative manner. All the use today in the US market is off-label use. So there are no products approved for healing bone and eluting antibiotic pharmaceuticals until now. So we are the first one approved in a completely gray market that has evolved a little bit by the disobedience of the doctor, looking, of course, to cure the patient in the optimal way. So all of these physicians now, in a couple of weeks, will have a completely new tool in their toolbox, one that is approved. If we go to the next slide, and apologize, it's going to be a little bit gory. To the left, you see a surgery taking place. And what is being pulled out of the wound is something called PMMA beads. It looks like the kind of necklace that you find on children in kindergarten, actually. It's bone cement in small balls attached to a string that has been dipped in antibiotic. This is placed in the wound, and when the antibiotic has left the surface of these bone cement balls, then it's pulled out, and that's what you can see on the picture. Why am I showing this? Well, because that's the most common way of treating bone infections today. And if you feel, well, that sounds a little bit old-fashioned, yes, it is. That has been around for about 20 years. And it always requires 2 or more procedures. First, you have to open the patient, put in the beads, take out the beads, replace them again if the infection hasn't healed. And not even this tedious procedure is actually approved by the FDA. There's only one product approved by FDA, and that's the one that we got this morning. I want to show you one final slide regarding this topic. If you go to the next one, I want to share with you what is the date that we have sent into FDA that led FDA to come to the conclusion that this product should be approved. We have clinical studies of CERAMENT patients with bone infection that have been treated with CERAMENT G in a one-stage procedure. And a failure is if the patient then gets an infection again. That's considered a failure. Everything else is a success. And if you look at CERAMENT G, there's a failure rate of 4.3 to 5.5%. Now, mind, these are pretty challenging patients with severe conditions that, if not cured and treated, could lead to amputations. But the PMMA beads, which is the overwhelmingly biggest treatment option in the US, has a failure rate of 13.2 and 13.3. And this is not a small case study. This is made on 163 patients in the treatment group and 270 patients in the control group. So it comes with crystal clear statistical significance, which led FDA to give the approval to CERAMENT G as the first ever antibiotic eluting product for bone infections. I think we can jump 2 slides forward, and then I will wrap up. So we'll go one more, so we have time now for questions as well. So why is BONESUPPORT a company to be excited about? Well, we're just at the gate of our accelerated journey, and with the FDA approvals, the gates just opened. We have built a very strong commercial structure in the US where we cover all geographies, all states, all major hospitals, all regional hospitals, all indications. And with the CERAMENT G approval, we can add that to our already very successful sales of the base CERAMENT product. But we have also built a strong commercial structure in Netherlands, Australia, South Africa, where some of those are distributor markets. In Netherlands, we have our own direct sales team. We also have a direct sales team in the UK and in Germany, in Scandinavia. And then we just recently set up a hybrid structure in Spain, Italy, and Canada, which means we have BONESUPPORT people there working closely together with the distributor. And that's a model we have chosen, so that gives us control of the value proposition and the sales process. And yet we can use the scale synergies from a distributor. We believe we have clinical evidence and also health economic evidence that will reshape the industry and reshape the therapy traditions. And in the more long term, we also have product candidates and pipelines where we use the same mechanism of CERAMENT being able to elute bone healing substances or antibiotics or other pharmaceuticals in combination with osteoporotic medicine. There are some preclinical trials that have shown very promising results in terms of addressing osteoporotic fractures. So that's our next chapter after this, let's say, in terms of opening up large untapped market. That's market opportunity of about $600 million. And as I said, the first studies shows very encouraging results. So with this, I would like to conclude and also say that we feel confident in our sales targets of 40% per year, especially with the recent regulatory success that we have had. And with that, I leave over to you, Eric, in case there are questions either by you or by the audience available.
I do have questions, and thank you very much for the presentation. I for one really look forward to this new chapter of BONESUPPORT. And now it's time to make some real money and capitalize on this approval. But first off, is there a need to invest further in the sort of sales organization that you do have in the US to sort of accelerate uptake and adaptation of this product?
Not really. The structure we have set up in the US let us hit the gas or brake depending on what we want to do, because I have access to 500 sales reps. And I would say today maybe between 350 and 380 salespeople are selling the base product. So with CERAMENT G coming, remember it's a product which will be twice as expensive as our current product, and the salespeople are paid commission on sales. So for every CERAMENT G that they will sell, they will have 30% commission. So I can also arrange extra incentives to get a mobilization of resources, which is unprecedented for a company of our size, actually. And this belongs to, let's say, these models that we set up. So cost will increase, but only as sales take off, because they're related to each other.
And the 40% growth guidance that you talk about, I mean, now with this approval, what's the sort of visibility of maintaining these sort of growth rates going forward?
Well, I mean, the approval came now half into 2022. We're launching at the end of Q3, beginning of Q4. We have to see how quickly we can produce a big amount of products. No one knows also what's going to happen with COVID. We don't know how this product is going to take off. Is it going to be as successful as in Europe? Well, then we will probably dwarf these targets. The idea probably is to set up a capital markets day and share more details also on a geographic level and share with all the investors and analysts where do we stand and how do we break this down, and then everyone can look at that and make their own judgment.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. This is fairly complex material. But okay, on production, sort of scaling that part of the business to sort of deliver this product, is there any constraints in that sense?
There's no constraints. There's a time lag. When we produce these kind of quantities, it will take at least 3 months. The product goes through 2 steps of sterilization, and the quality checking is absolutely rigorous. So it goes through different steps and short stage of aging where it's controlled. That is what takes time. But we don't have any bottlenecks in terms of component or material, not yet, at least. I mean, we live in a volatile world, we know that, but at this stage, there's no obstacles as we can see it.
Yeah, that's encouraging. Okay, so then on market by, say, October, but how quick do you think orthopedic surgeons will be to adopt this and use it?
I think the uptake will be fast. I have 3 reasons for that. I'll take them quickly. So first of all, we have received something called the NTAP, which is new technology add-on payment. it's $4,900. So it's a very, very high-end tab, which means that's how much the reimbursement increases if you use CERAMENT for a procedure of bone infection with CMS patients. So there's a strong financial incentive, let's say, to go with this new technology. Secondly, we made a market research in the US where we asked orthopedic surgeons, how satisfied are you with the current treatment regimes? And 94% responded that they're not at all satisfied. Only 6% were satisfied. So there's a great discontent on the current toolbox of the orthopedic surgeons. And third, if a US orthopedic surgeon have a patient that develops an infection, they have to continue to treat the patient, but the reimbursement shrinks very quickly. So if they cannot solve an infection, eventually they will have a big loss making financially on that patient. Mm-hmm. We shouldn't think like that, because in the end, it's the health of the patient that counts. But we have to also be realistic. The US healthcare system is very much driven by financial metrics.
Yeah, that's right.
Also the topics.
Yeah, and the immediate addressable market now for bone infection, considering your pricing point and the sort of number of procedures, is a bit north of 2 billion SEK. But how much of that do you think is realistic to capture, say, within 3 years?
Well, that I don't know, actually. How quickly this will go, I think we will have to see afterwards. As you said, it's complicated and complex, and there's so many loose parameters, but that we will get to a level, eventually, a penetration of between 40 and 60%, I think is realistic if you just look at the indication. If you just look at the injuries, then CERAMENT should be very well applicable on 40 to 60% of that. But I don't expect that for the first year. We'll have to see a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. And in Europe, I think you've said that about the CERAMENT G is used for 60% in treating bone infection and 40% for preventing. Do you see that mix being fairly similar in the US, even when not covering preventive in bone infection in the label as well? So sort of off-label use.
What we saw in Europe was that the treatment grow very fast because it's so obvious, and there are very few other good options. And then the prevention started growing over time, and it's now among our fastest growing segments. I think it's fair to believe something similar in the US. The bone infection will go quick, and hopefully we will then also have to get label extension so that we're also approved for prevention. I think it's going to be something similar in the US, but I might learn other things in the next 12 months that will make me have to revise that, but that's where I stand today.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question before we're out of time. I mean, the focus now shifts towards extending the label, mainly towards trauma, and filing data for that as well. But could you perhaps talk a bit about that process for extending the label and sort of the complexity and likelihood of success for that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, first of all, the biggest priority now is to launch in the US and launch aggressively and massively for bone infections. But the regulatory team, I mean, they're going to have a little bit of a break, and then they're going to start looking at some of the clinical studies of CERAMENT G made on, for example, trauma. So what we have to bear in mind now CERAMENT G is approved, the work mechanism, the pharmacogenetics, the pharmacology, the distribution volumes, the bone healing rate, all of that has been reviewed thoroughly by the FDA. What we're trying to do with getting approval for another indication, it's adding data, just how does the product perform specifically in those indications. But the whole foundation work that has been done on the product, the manufacturing, the quality work, all of that is already done and accepted. So it could be that there's even a faster and easier, less complicated pathway to the market called 510K. This approval we got through a de novo, which is quite tiresome. It requires at least a lot of data. So the team is now going to look at some of those clinical studies, Al-Jawadi that we looked at before, Jahangir, and go to the very great detail of those patient data. And then we're going to assess if that is sufficient to file for a label extension, mainly into trauma and prevention.
Okay, thank you very much, Emil. And super thank you for doing this presentation with us today and taking a break from the celebrations. Big congratulations from us, and thank you very much again. And this was the last presentation for this track today, but the show continues on track 1 with more pharma biotech companies, and we'll be back tomorrow at 9. Thank you very much.